Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 65th session of the Senate, second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today we'll be led in prayer by our distinguished colleague from the city of Makati, no other than Ma'am Nancy Binay.
Ama naming Diyos na mahabagin at makapangyarihan sa lahat, nagpapasalamat po kami sa pagkakataong muling magtipon ngayong araw upang paglingkuran ang aming mga kababayan. Muli po kaming lumalapit sa inyo ng buong pagpapakumbaba at humihiling na kaliwanagan ng pag-iisip sa aming pagtalakay sa mga polisiya at programang kapaki-pakinabang sa mga mamamayan. Patnubayan po ninyo ang bawat isa sa amin upang aming maitaguyod ang mga panukalang batas na makakabuti sa bansa. Turuan niyo po kaming maging mapagkalinga sa inyong mga likha at lumalim nawa ang aming pag-ibig at malasakit sa kapaligiran at maging sa aming mga alagang hayop. Tulungan po ninyo kaming pagtuunang pansin at mabigyang solusyon ang mga pangangailangan ng aming mga kababayan. Sa tulong ninyo, naway maging instrumento kami ng pag-asa upang mabigyang katiyakan ang mga pinaghihinaan ng loob. Nagtitiwala kami sa iyong walang maliw na pagmamahal at maraming salamat sapagkat ikaw ay Diyos na mabuti, tapat at maaasahan sa lahat ng panahon. Ang lahat ng ito, hinihiling namin sa pamamagitan ni Kristong aming Panginoon. Sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak, at Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Amen. Session suspended for 1 minute. Session resumed. Secretary, may we ask everyone to settle down? May we ask our guests to settle down, please, including the lovely animals with us today, both the animals and the animals. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, we'd like to welcome some guests from the gallery. The guests of the Senate, we have with us animal welfare advocates and our fur friends. Ma'am Audrey, Boss Audrey Zubiri is also present today with your dogs, Mr. President, Snowy and Buddy.
Snowy and Buddy.
Senator Grace Poe's dog, Mochi, is also present. Let it be placed on the record of this August chamber. And the rest of our guests in the gallery. We also have with us, Mr. President, guests of the Senate, Philippine Green Building Council, led by its CEO, Mr. Christopher De La Cruz. Guests of this representation, Mayor Jimmy Cabahug and local officials of Tubod, Lanao del Norte, Mayor Barry Baguio of Kapatagan, Lanao del Norte, guests of Senator Ontiveros, local officials of Calawag, Quezon. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, all the guests that are here today, including our furry friends. Welcome to the Philippine Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed with the third reading of bills creating district engineering offices. Printed copies of these bills were electronically distributed to the members of this August chamber in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. With that, Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7768. This is the bill on the District Engineering Office in the 3rd Legislative District of Bulacan. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motions approved. We ask Secretary to proceed to reading the title of the measure and the roll call vote.
An act creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Bulacan and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7768 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7769. This is the bill on the District Engineering Office in the 3rd Legislative District of the great province of Iloilo. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, we ask the Secretary to read the title and proceed to roll call vote. Third reading roll call vote.
An act creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Iloilo and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7769 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 933 under Committee Report number 192. This is the resolution concurring in the ratification of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellation. With that, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With no committee amendments or individual amendments, as confirmed by Senator Amy Marcos, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading proposed Senate Resolution number 933. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senate Resolution number 933 under Committee Report number 912 is hereby adopted. Approved and adopted.
Yeah. Yes.
Therefore, do we proceed
Yes.
now with the third reading?
Yes, Mr. President, I just
Yes.
confirmed with the Minority Leader, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, upon
Proceed to the-
consultation, Mr. President, with the Minority Leader, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate, in particular, Rule 36, Section 101, in order to proceed with the approval on third reading of proposed Senate Resolution number 933. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the proposed Senate resolution and proceed with the third reading of the measure.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, proposed Senate resolution number 93 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate our distinguished colleague,
Sponsors.
Senator Amy Marcos, and co-authors of the measure. Mr. President, this juncture, with the permission of the body, Senator Grace Poe would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the provinces of Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the city of San Juan, who is championing today as a day for our furry friends and pets, no other than Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to begin this session actually with this privileged speech. I rise in personal and collective privilege to talk about a sector of society that is probably the most underrepresented: animals. After all, they can't vote, they can't donate to campaigns, stage protest rallies, or conduct initiatives. So why should we care about animals? But to think about it, when the great flood was coming, sino ang dinala ni Noah sa arko? Animals. God instructed Noah to take 2 of every kind of animal on the ark in order to save them and propagate their species. When it comes to animal welfare, I know that the Senate is a multipositan body. I don't think it will stay. Sorry, medyo hindi sanay sa spotlight. Okay, so no body shaming din tayo dito. Anyway, so anyone who raises the issue here is not barking up the wrong tree. Tignan nyo naman ang ating mga kasamahan dito, kasama ang kanilang mga alaga. So, while many of us here would growl at witnesses during investigations and hearings, we do not hesitate to grovel before our pets when they summon us to play. Indeed, animals have always had a special place in human society and history. For instance, the book Dogs in Philippine History presents numerous artwork and pictures of Filipinos and their dogs, such as the Philippine Constabulary Officer in pre-war Cordillera, a U.S. soldier with his Aspen after the liberation of Manila from the Japanese, and even Rizal's execution with a dog as a sad witness. Farm animals, particularly the Philippine livestock industry, is a vital component in the country's agricultural sector. It has been reported that in 2019, the Philippine livestock sector's gross output value was 328.1 billion pesos. This amounted to about 18.23% of the gross output value in agriculture. But animals are not just ingredients for your drive-through meals. In fact, they provide many fundamental and important uses. Horses are still used as primary modes of transportation. Carabaos are the backbone of local farming. Canine dogs assist law enforcement officers, while guide dogs help the blind explore the world. Cats and rabbits have helped humans heal through animal therapy, and many brave Aspens have served as local guardians of Filipino homes. By the way, a recent study reported that single women would choose their dog over a man. Well, itaas ang kamay ng mga single dyan. Can we blame them? Married women actually might do the same. Today, 2 in 3 Filipino households own a pet, and whether furry or feathered, are showered with tender, loving care. The members of this chamber are no exceptions. I myself have several beloved pet dogs and even a tortoise, and who consider as part of our family. And just between us, they are actually sometimes more loving and more behaved than my actual kids. No. Actually, nakikita nyo, behave nga sila tayo. Daldal dito kanina. Habang nagsasalita ako, sila nakaupo lang. Sadly, despite their worth and value to human society and the existence of laws criminalizing cruelty to animals, many of them are still maltreated, neglected, and even tortured. Today, we have here Coffee and Bear Brand. Yung si Coffee may taga dito sa ulo, si Bear Brand naman, naputulan na ng paa. At meron din dala ang biyaya na naka-wheelchair na aso. They basically spent for that. Thank you, Rina. Mr. President, paano ba nating dapat ratuin ang mga hayop? Livestock, as mentioned, is often been trumpeted as a billion-a-day industry. But the problem with highlighting the bottom line is that it can be a built-in excuse to treat without ethics the animals that are crucial for our survival. Occupying the top of the food chain does not give us the license to handle animals with barbarity. Because if such is how we treat them, then we lose our humanity. We abdicate our God-given role as their stewards. Just a few months ago, it was reported that the Philippine Animal Welfare Society, PAWS, is now taking steps in filing a case of animal cruelty against a security guard who was caught on video throwing a puppy from a pedestrian bridge. Hindi lahat ng security guards ganyan. Marami nga sa kanila, bantay nila, kasama nila magbantay ang mga aso. Pero ito, ganun ang nangyari. Animal abuse can be committed not just by extreme violence or torturing for sadistic pleasure, but also through simple neglect and abandonment. One of the issues that has been the cause and effect of neglect is the overpopulation of homeless animals. Mr. President, this situation has led to an urgent problem. Rabies in humans is on the rise. Rabies is endemic or constantly prevalent in the entire archipelago. The Philippines is, in fact, ranked number 6 among countries with the highest rabies incidence in the world. It is timely then that March is Rabies Awareness Month, which makes this the best time to shed light on rabies in humans, in animals, and other animal welfare issues. It has long been agreed upon by health workers that in order to eradicate rabies in humans, we must eradicate rabies in animals, keep our neighborhoods stray-free, and implement effective animal control. The question, of course, is whether we have sufficient animal welfare programs in place and whether our communities, especially in rural areas, have adequate access to quality veterinary healthcare services. Under Republic Act 7160, or the Local Government Code, the delivery of the veterinary services to the communities has been devolved to LGUs. However, the Local Government Code, RA 7160, mandates that only provinces and cities should have their own veterinarian officers. Hence, there's a reported shortage of veterinary personnel in municipalities, and many veterinarians are actually unsung heroes because they have been working tirelessly with inadequate resources. On the national level, the responsibility of ensuring animal welfare falls under the purview of the Bureau of Animal Industry, or BAI, a staff bureau of the Department of Agriculture. However, the effective and proper implementation of animal welfare laws is hindered by the BAI insufficient budget and lack of permanent personnel. Furthermore, it is without direct control over regional and local veterinary services. Mabuti na lang, Mr. President, may ilang mga animal welfare organizations na handang tumulong at magboluntaryo ng kanilang serbisyo sa iba't ibang munisipyo. Foundations and NGOs such as Biyaya, CARA, POS, AKF, Animal Rescue, Portion Project, and PETA rescue animals suffering from abandonment, abuse, or injury, or neglect. They house them in animal shelters and provide care while waiting for their potential adopters and fur parents. Marami ito volunteers. Hindi nagbibigay ang gobyerno nga ng pera dito eh. Pera nga nila eh. Katulad nung kay Rina Ortiz, kasama rin ang mga iba't ibang mga NGOs. Kay Miss Kuuning. Biyaya went as far as Pag-asa Island in the West Philippine Sea to provide kapon services to the stray animals there. Meron yata tayong video dyan. Walang bayad po yun, ha? Ang sabi nga ng mga taga-Biyaya, ito.
Maraming salamat po. The dogs of Pag-asa Island in the Kalayaan group of islands wish to thank you.
Nagdala rin sila ng mga pagkain. Mr. President, just watching that, diba? Imagine the effort to go there, and this is done privately. AKF has led a launch campaign against the dog meat trade, while POS has successfully pursued legal action and secured a number of convictions against animal officers. PETA and Portion Project, or People for Ethical Treatment of Animals, helped rescue and care for working horses and other animals that were left behind when Taal volcano erupted.
Kaya kami po nakukonsensya kahit hindi amin, kaso wala kami magawa, inuna namin yung sa amin. Kaso inabot na katulad kanina, hinaharang na uli. Paano pa namin sila matutulungan?
Project sponsored Break for Animals in cooperation with the MMDA to prevent roadkill and injury to all our furry friends who cross the roads. CARA continues to educate and disseminate information concerning animal welfare, animal care, animal control, and other animal-related concerns. On the other hand, corporations like Mars Pet Care share their scientific expertise with government agencies to advance pet food standards in the country. Mr. President, isa din yan sa ating itutulak later on na magkaroon din ng standard kung ano ba talaga yung tamang nutrition para sa mga aso, hindi yung kung saan-saan lang nagbebenta ng pet food na hindi natin alam kung paano ang production at ang source. However, we cannot rely on individual efforts alone. Rather, a whole of community approach is necessary on the part of us policymakers. Our job is to beef up our laws on animal welfare, which will establish a respectful coexistence with animals by improving their living conditions. In response to this situation, I proposed a law, Senate Bill number 2458, to be known as the Revised Animal Welfare Act. The original law, Republic Act number 8485, as amended by RA 10631, is considered a landmark in legislation. The founders of PAWS led the lobby for its passage. Today, we seek to strengthen this law. Our bill seeks to improve the capacity of the Department of Agriculture in addressing animal welfare issues through a proper bureau, which will be given sufficient budget and permanent personnel. This will enable them to be more effective in implementing and enforcing policies. This bill shall firmly establish standards geared towards engendering responsible pet ownership, as well as ethical behavior and accountability from all those who have control over or provide care to animals. As such, the bill has more stringent penalties for violations of the Act. Furthermore, the bill creates a barangay animal welfare task force, which will enable local officers to address the animal welfare issues with dispatch. Perhaps the DILG might consider this as one of the metrics for awarding the seal of good governance to a municipality. Finally, Mr. President, recognizing that the urgency and enormity of the situation call for all hands on deck, Section 11 of the bill provides that the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture shall deputize animal welfare enforcement officers, all volunteers who have undergone the necessary training. I would like to end the speech with a few heroic tales. There was a dog named Hugo who lived with his human family in Panabo City, Davao. Hugo had successfully defended his family from snakes that morning. Beside him was torn pieces of the samar cobra, a highly venomous species of spitting cobra. Hugo died defending his home of 7 years. Meanwhile, in Zamboanga, Kabang, a stray puppy, was adopted by Rudy Bungal. One day, Bungal's young daughter and her cousins attempted to cross a busy street. Seeing an oncoming motorcycle, Kabang jumped in front of it, shielding the kids, but suffered extensive injuries on her snout. Kabang's story caught worldwide attention, and this dog was honored for her heroism in a Philippine stamp. Thus, the prospect of life without animals by our side is a sad and lonely one. With that, Mr. President, I would like to end my privileged speech with a call for the immediate passage of the bill. And I'm glad that Senator Cynthia, the head of the Committee on Agriculture, has already met with our advocates. And in fact, she has a farm, and she also has her own pound for stray dogs in Las Piñas. Her son has, 20 dogs. I know that she'll be very supportive. I would also like to thank the animal welfare organizations, in particular, Ms. Rina Ortiz of Biaya. She was the first one who actually went to our office, because I've been really seeing it on many social media pages, and I've been already pondering how we can help them, and I'm glad that many organizations had reached out to us. Attorney Heidi Kagiwa of AKF, Ms. Nancy Kuunying of CARA, Ms. Malu Perez of Potion Project, Ms. Jana Sevilla of PITA, other individual advocates, representatives of the Department of Agriculture and BAI, and our city veterinarians, and Johnny Racoma and company of Mars Pet Care, who have graced our halls today. I would also like to thank, personally, some friends who I know have been caring for the welfare of animals. I won't mention, I have Valerie, Joanna, Malu, Chari, Bettina, and many others. And also, of course, the wife of the Senate President herself, who actually is here, Audrey. Thank you so much for being here today. Also, the sister of our colleague here, Anna, thank you. If I forget to mention, all of you are present here today. I really appreciate you showing support. So to end this, by the way, please allow your pets to enjoy the mini dog park that we have set up there. Pero itong mga kasama nating mga aso, masaswerte ito. Marami sa kanila, meron ng kumupkop at mga nag-aalaga. Yung isa nga, sinasabi na pabayaan daw sa kusina, di ba? Pero marami tayong mga aso din at mga iba't ibang mga hayop na kailangan din ng pagtulong ng ating gobyerno at pagkakalinga. Nung ako'y nag-umpisa dito, Mr. President, sabi ko nga, ang isa sa mga unang bills na tinulak ko ay National Lunch Feeding Program para sa mga bata. Ngayon naman, para sa ating mga alaga. Dahil hindi naman po bumoboto yung mga yan, pero sila po ang mga talagang nangangailangan ng boses natin dito sa Senado. So, yun lang po. Maraming salamat. Meron pong isang video para happy naman yung ating last video. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grace Poe for this very special occasion. I'd like to let the sponsor know this is probably an historic day for the Senate. This is the first time that I've seen animals inside the Senate, in a session hall. Animals with 4 legs, ha? Kasi maraming animal na 2 legs. But it's the first time I've seen animals with 4 legs in the Senate. So this is a historic day. And I think, Majority Leader and my dear colleagues, we are going to transfer our home to BGC very soon. I think we should make it a pet-friendly building, right? Let's make it a pet-friendly building where we can take our pets. It's a big, for me, when I saw my dog, my blood pressure just went down so low. I was so happy to see my pets here, my 2 dogs. Aside from my wife. My wife also. My wife does not give me high blood. She gives me low blood and she makes me relax. I'm her pet, actually, in the home. I'm her pet. Okay, so, Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, I cannot help but just mention, Mr. President, that a staggering population of stray cats and dogs estimated at 12 million in 2019. It highlights the dire situation that our animal companions face without proper shelter, without proper food and care. So, Mr. President, let me just state into the records of this August Chamber na buong-buo po yung suporta natin doon sa Senate Bill number 2458 ng ating kasamahan, Senator Grace po, ang Revised Animal Welfare Act at sa pagtataguyod ng kapakanan ng mga hayop, Mr. President, yung
Yes.
4-legged po, Mr. President. And Mr. President, we thank again our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace po, for fighting against animal cruelty and advocating for animal welfare. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think Senator Risa would also like to make a short manifestation, Mr. President. Senator Grace po is also
Yes,
seeking the
Senator
floor.
Grace
May I move that
po, you're
she be recognized, Mr. President?
Yes, I would also like to thank Senator JB for bringing his very well-behaved pet. Kasi siya talaga yung, Senator Pia also brought her pets. I just wanted to mention that. And I was asking Senator Jinggoy to bring his pet. Anyway, Senator Jinggoy, paliguan mo na yung aso mo. Ayaw daw niya muna dali.
Mr. President,
very much,
Senator Win Gatchalan would also like to insert into the records his manifestation with regard to this particular topic, Mr. President.
Yes, and personally, Madam Grace, I will support that measure wholeheartedly. I will make it a priority measure in this chamber so we can pass it.
Mr. President, just a short manifestation also again, Mr. President. May I move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros, a distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President, and to the good gentle lady from Pangasinan, City of San Juan, and Iloilo. My heartfelt congratulations from this two-legged animal, this representation. I had wanted to make a friendly interpellation, but I understand that we will schedule it for another time, Mr. President. So, with the indulgence of the good gentlewoman, just like to make a brief manifestation that my questions at the proper time will involve education of adults on responsible pet ownership, then the effect of our proposed bills on existing legislation, including the existing amendments to RA number 8485, mentioned by Her Honor, embodied in RA number 10631. The first RA passed in 1998 after lobbying by a woman of whom I am one of many nieces, Nita Ontiveros Lichauco, who was then president of the Philippine Animal Welfare Society. Later on also, Mr. President, questions about convincing DBM about the value of creating that new bureau proposed in the bill, as well ensuring that the provision is implemented of animal welfare enforcement officers, or AWEOs, from NGOs, that they be deputized by the DA. Also, if the standards in the bill will likewise apply to pounds and animal control facilities operated by our LGUs. And then, since the good gentlewoman mentioned her pet tortoise, also how we can make sure that species like frogs, lizards, other reptiles, other species are also protected. We can't talk about animal cruelty without naming animal overpopulation as one of the root causes. And the majority leader already mentioned one of the important statistics from PAWS in 2019 of an estimated 12 million stray cats and dogs. And therefore, the question at the proper time, Mr. President, about humane animal control measures. For example, trap, neuter, vaccinate, return, or TNVR. I'm advised of this, Mr. President, by my child, my second daughter, Helena, who for several years now has been implementing such a TNVR program in our village. And lastly, Mr. President, Your Honor, the question in the future will be about how to provide better access to veterinary care and how to curb irresponsible importation and breeding. So very last, Your Honor and Mr. President, by way of support to NGOs such as we have in our presence today, who are also promoting adoption of animals, I just like to make of record a short list of some of them, some already mentioned by the good gentlewoman, a list given me by my eldest daughter, Isabella, who adopted two of her dogs, one from PAWS and one from Lara's Ark. And her short list, for those listening also online, such animal adoption NGOs include Levi's Furry Friends, PAWS Philippines, of course, Lara's Ark, Bark Mission, Potion Project, Cara Welfare, Hound Haven, Laguna Pitbulls Manila, and I'm sure there are many others. And God bless all of them, Mr. President. Salamat kaayo. Mabuhay kayo, Senator Grace.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Grace Poe and all the manifestations thereon to the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion, the motion is approved. May we ask for a minute suspension so that we
I
can
was
ask
about-
our furry friends to be guided to the pet park? The temporary pet park that we put outside. Session suspended
ma'am.
for 1 minute.
President, with the consent of the body, may I be recognized for a short manifestation, Mr. President?
Yes, distinguished majority floor
Yes,
leader.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, when the new Senate building was still in its inception stage, we sought to build a green building that would address the need for infrastructure that has minimal impact on our already burdened environment. This was in recognition of the Senate's role and responsibility to lead in our country's sustainability efforts. Ngayon po, nasa kalagitnaan na tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, ng pagpapatayo ng NSB. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa Philippine Green Building Council, ang grupong responsable sa pagtatatag ng building for ecologically responsive design excellence o Verde Green Building Rating System. Sa bumubuo po ng Field GBC sa pamumuno po ni na Sir Christopher de la Cruz, Chief Executive Officer, Ma'am Rowena Ramos, Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees, Ma'am Maria Ana Tungol, Executive Director, Sir Mario Suelto, Senior Staff and Technical Coordinator. Maraming salamat po sa pagkilala ng aming pagsisikap. Mr. President, through their help, we have been able to ensure that the new Senate building is on track in its aim of creating something that is meaningful, value, something that is meaningful value, Mr. President, a structure that houses our people's aspirations and points a way forward in terms of how we can cope with the challenges of the changed climate and lessen the stress on the environment. At ang bunga nga po, Ginoong Pangulo, ng pagtutulungan na ito ay ang pagkamit ng 4-star rating certification para sa Stage 1. Round 2 evaluation na natapos noong September 7, 2023 at sa loob po, Ginoong Pangulo, ng nasabing evaluation ay nagkamit ng 75 out of 79 target credits ang atin pong new Senate building. We are not content with our 4-star rating, Mr. President. We are still targeting a rating of Verde 5 stars going forward. At achieving this will not only be a win for the Senate, but a victory for all. We look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. We warmly welcome to the Senate our guests from the Philippine Green Building Council. We are honored that the new Senate building achieves a prestigious 4-star rating, Verde certification. This recognition highlights the Senate's commitment to sustainable practices and environmentally friendly structures. The new Senate building aspires to elevate its rating to Verde 5 stars, hopefully soon, underscoring our commitment to the environmental responsibility. With that manifestation, and the manifestation of Majority Floor Leader, we take note of your manifestation, Major, and maybe we should suspend.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move for a few minutes suspension to allow our guests and colleagues to join our Senate President at the rostrum.
To receive the award, no?
Yes,
This is
Mr.
the official award, giving of the award. Session
Thank you, Mr.
suspended for 1 minute, and I ask our senators to join us in the rostrum. brother.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 206 on Senate Bill number 2568. This is the bill on the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program, or ETIAP Act. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2568 under Committee Report number 206.
There have been objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act institutionalizing the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and providing funds therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To abbreviate the proceedings, may I ask that my sponsorship speech be inserted into the records, as well as the explanatory note as found in Senate Bill number 1908 and 9015 be considered likewise as sponsorship speeches of the measure. But for the record, Senate Bill number 2568 basically institutionalizes the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program adopted under Executive Order number 330, series of 1996, which is a comprehensive program of government to identify, assess, validate, and assign equivalent undergraduate level of prior learning from formal, non-formal, and informal learning systems, relevant work experiences, and completion of competency enrichment and other program requirements towards the grant of appropriate academic degrees to qualified individuals.
Majority Leader?
President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that... Yes, Mr. President, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized,
Our
Mr.
distinguished
President.
Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank Senator Chis Escudero and our colleagues for putting forward the State Universities and Colleges Mental Health Services Act, or Senate Bill 2598, for consideration of the body. As one of the Senate's advocates for mental health and wellness, I fully support the proposed bill. Naniniwala akong ang panukalang ito will contribute to realizing and strengthening RA 11036, the Philippine Mental Health Act, in higher education settings. Kaisa niyo ako sa paniniwala sa kahalagahan ng pagtatayo ng mga mental health offices, pagtatakda ng mga akmang mental health programs and services, at pagtatalaga ng mga mental health professionals and practitioners sa ating mga SUCs. As we continuously work together to enable policies that will guarantee the delivery of accessible mental health and wellness programs and services, umaasa ako na maipasa rin natin ang Senate Bill 2598 bilang twin bill ng ipinasa na nating Basic Education, Mental Health, and Wellbeing Promotion Act o SB 2200. Together with the sponsor and our colleagues, I am committed to working towards the progressive realization of the promotion and maintenance of mental health and wellness in our schools, colleges, and universities. That being the case, I hopefully wish to be made co-author and co-sponsor of the bill. Hari nawang maisabata sa mga panukalang ito ngayong 19th Congress. Maraming salamat, dakulang pasasalamat.
Yeah, thank you. But just for correction, Madam Risa, I think we're tackling two different bills. Yeah, what
We
is
will
being
take
taken-
note of that when we reach item number 6 on Senate
Yes.
Bill number 2598,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yeah, because this bill that Senator Chis Escudero sponsored is an act institutionalizing expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program.
I do apologize, Mr. President.
We can just put
Good
it,
sponsor.
Mr.
Yes,
President,
yes.
on the sixth item, Mr. President.
So
Thank
it
you,
is
Mr.
not in
President.
vain.
And
Her
Yes, it's not in
sponsorship
vain,
is not
Mr.
in vain.
President.
Thank you,
Thank
Majority
you.
Leader. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. I apologize. Thank
No
you.
worries. We will
sponsor.
credit it to the item number 7.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2568. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 207 on Senate Bill number 2569. This is the bill on establishing a tripartite council to address unemployment, underemployment, and job skills mismatch. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act establishing a tripartite council to address unemployment, underemployment, and job skills mismatch and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize Senator Francis Chis Escudero, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical and Vocational Education, to deliver sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Again, to abbreviate the proceedings, may I ask that the explanatory note as contained in Senate Bill number 2333, as well as House Bill number 7370, and the sponsorship speech of this representation be inserted into the records. However, briefly, this bill seeks to establish a tripartite council that shall formulate policies and programs to address the problems of unemployment, underemployment, and job skills mismatch in the country, to be composed of representatives from the government, academe, and the industry. For the government, the representatives will be CHED, TESDA, DepEd, DOLE, DOST, DTI, and PRC. From the academe, it will be the HEIs, TVIs, PASUK, ALCO, and COCOPEA. For industry representatives, it shall be composed of the chambers of commerce of industry in the various sectors of our economy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you
Mr.
very much,
President,
distinguished colleague.
our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Ligarda, would also like to just insert into the records her co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, we take note of the manifestation.
Mr. President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2569. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 208 on House Bill number 7089. This is the bill on the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines College of Medicine, Misamis Oriental. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 7089 under Committee Report number 208.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City, campus located in Cagayan de Oro City, province of Misamis Oriental, to be known as the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines College of Medicine, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Sorsogon, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague and sponsor, Senator Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, may I ask that the explanatory note found in House Bill number 7089 as well as Senate Bill number 1949, together with the sponsorship speech of this representation, be considered as the sponsorship remarks for this measure. Briefly, Mr. President, as the title suggests, this bill seeks to establish a College of Medicine, but for some annotations, after having said that, this is one of 7 bills that we have filed to create a College of Medicine. But, Mr. President, after this, we simply intend to amend the charter of the Commission on Higher Education and simply delegate to the CHED the power to approve the establishment of colleges of medicine in whatever SUK, State University or College, without need or sans any piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that you're taking this up in Cagayan de Oro City, my hometown as well, adopted hometown. If I can be made also a co-sponsor of the measure, Your Honor, with your permission. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. I, for one, Mr. President, as you are all aware, Mr. President, as the principal author and sponsor of Dr. Para sa Bayan, I am fully supportive of this measure, and may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to just insert into the records my co-sponsorship speech.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 7089. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that the transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 231 on Senate Bill number 2596. This is the Abogado Para sa Bayan Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2596 under Committee Report number 231.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act establishing a legal scholarship and return service program for deserving students, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize Senator Francis Chis Escudero to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Thank you,
Our
Mr.
distinguished colleague, Senator Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask that the explanatory note found in Senate Bills number 1610 and 1639, as well as the sponsorship remarks of Senator Tulfo and this representation be inserted into the records. Nabanggit kanina ng ating kinakailangan ng Majority Floor Leader, ang Doktor Para sa Bayan Act. Ito po yung katuwang niyang panukalang batas, abogado naman para sa Bayan Act, dahil kinakailangan lalong-lalo na at higit pa ng ating mahihirap at nangangailangan mga kababayan ang abogado para tugunan ang kanilang mga legal na mga pangailangan. Lalo na at higit pa sa panahon ngayon na maraming pagkakataon na kinakailangan ng tulong at payo ng isang abogado. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, distinguished
Thank you,
sponsor.
Mr. President. Let me put into the records, Mr. President, this representation, sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague, Senator Chis Escudero. And as principal author also of this measure, may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to just insert into the records this representation's co-sponsorship speech together with the co-sponsorship speech of Senator Ligarda.
Yes, we take note of the
Mr.
manifestation.
President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders.
Can we suspend
Commit-
consideration?
Oh, sorry, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2596. So moved, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion
Mr.
approved.
President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 232 on Senate Bill number 2597. This is the bill on Legal Education Reform Act of 1993, amending RA number 7662. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2597 under Committee Report number 232.
There have been objection, we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act strengthening the Legal Education Board, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7662, otherwise known as the Legal Education Reform Act of 1993.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask that the explanatory note as found in Senate Bill number 1653 be considered together with the speech of this representation as the sponsorship speech of the measure, without prejudice to the submission by Senator Tulfo, the principal author of the measure, to submit also for the record his sponsorship remarks on the measure. Mr. President, the Legal Education Board is a 30-year-old agency that needs to be updated given the changing times, especially insofar as the legal field, especially in the field of education, Mr. President. Hence, the need for this bill to update and make more current the powers, functions, and responsibilities of the Legal Education Board. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
Thank you,
distinguished
Mr.
sponsor.
President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2597.
There have been objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 233 on Senate Bill number 2598. This is the bill on State Universities and Colleges Mental Health Services Act. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2598 under Committee Report number 233. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, we ask the Secretary rather to read the title of the measure.
An act strengthening the mental health services of state universities and colleges, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Francis Chis Escudero, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask that the remarks earlier of Senator Ontiveros, as well as the explanatory note found in Senate Bill number 1508, 1630, 1786, 1796, as well as House Bill number 6416 and the speech of this representation be considered as the sponsorship speech of the measure. But briefly, Mr. President, Your Honor, the bill seeks to establish a mental health office in every state and university and college in the country, providing the functions of the same and providing funding for the same as well, in order to realize what Senator Risa mentioned, our hopes and dreams of being able to assist and help students enrolled in state universities and colleges, including faculty and staff as well, Mr. President, Your Honor, insofar as the burgeoning problem of mental health is concerned. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, just like Senator Risa, this representation would also like to be co-author and co-sponsor of the measure with the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President. And let me just insert into the records this representation's co-sponsorship speech. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We thank you.
Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2598. So move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, At this juncture, and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7564 under Committee Report number 135. This pertains to the bill amending Republic Act number 10583, or the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in a period of interpellations and debate, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member registered to interpolate on the matter. May I move that we close the period of interpolation and debate and proceed with the period of committee amendments?
We join the motion of the senator from Sorsogon, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Ako dapat eh. Nagmamadali. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
The period of amendments opened with no objections.
Mr. President, move to open the period of committee amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, for his committee amendments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only have 7 amendments. First amendment, on page 1, lines 8 to 11, delete the colon and the proviso, which reads as follows, quote, provided that in order to effect a smooth transition to a state university, the incumbent president of the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College shall serve as the first president of the university. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
Second amendment, on page 2, line 21, insert a new section to read as follows, quote, section 2, transitory provision. In order to effect a smooth transition to a state university, the incumbent president of the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College shall serve as the first president of the university, which shall not be eligible for reappointment. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
Third amendment on the same page, page 2, line 21, after the transitory provision, insert a new section 3 to read as follows. Section 3, quote, separability clause. If for any reason, any part or provision of this act is declared invalid or unconstitutional, the remaining parts or provisions not affected are in full force and effect. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
Fourth, on the same page, page 2, line 21, renumber the phrase section 2 to section 4 and insert the phrase to serve as the title thereof. Quote, repealing clause followed by a period and a hyphen. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendment, amendments approved.
Fifth amendment on the same page, page 2, line 25, renumber the phrase section 3 to section 5 and insert the phrase to serve as title thereof. Quote, effectivity, followed by a period and a hyphen. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Sixth amendment on the same page, page 2, line 25, insert the word after between the words effect and 15. Thereafter, delete the word after between the words days and its, and in lieu thereof, insert the word following. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
And finally, to amend the title of the bill, which shall now read as follows, quote, an act amending Republic Act number 10583, otherwise known as an act converting the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College in the municipality of Bontoc, Mountain Province, into a state university, to be known as the Mountain Province State University with campuses in the municipalities of Tadian, Bauco, Parcelis, and Barlig, all located in the Mountain Province, and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
There being objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President. May I move?
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments, may I move to open the individual amendments? So move, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed with the individual amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Escudero was our
Mr.
deputy
President.
majority leader in the House.
Mr. President, no member intimated to this representation that they intend to propose individual amendments. May I therefore ask the majority leader to move for the closure of the period of individual amendments?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we appreciate that, Mr. President. And so I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7564. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7564.
There being no objection, the bill is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2594 under Committee Report number 215. This is the bill on the creation of additional Sharia judicial districts and Sharia circuit courts. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our colleague from the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Tol Tolentino, is recognized, and to interpolate the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, who is most knowledgeable about this subject, Mr. President, if we can commence with ours with this representation's interpellation, Mr. President.
Willingly, Mr. President, to the good minority leader, Mr. President.
Can we have, Mr. President, can we get a brief overview or description of the current Sharia court system being implemented in the Philippines, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the current situation is that we're still governed by Presidential Decree 1083, which was promulgated since the 70s, Mr. President. And one of the reasons why there is a need to create additional Sharia judicial districts as well as Sharia circuit courts, Mr. President, is because of the time lapse, the evolution, the number of Muslim population since the 70s, the creation of Bangsamoro law, Mr. President, as well as the expanding population, not the expanding population of our Muslim brothers and sisters. Incidentally, Mr. President, we're now observing the holy month of Ramadan, as well as the migration of our Muslim brothers and sisters who previously were just concentrated in the areas of the Bangsamoro, the Cotabato area, the Zamboanga Peninsula. But now, Mr. President, our Muslim brothers and sisters are now living in previously Christian populated denominated areas such as Metro Manila, the Ilocos region, the Visayas, Mr. President, as well as the Bicol region. So, Mr. President, the need for the creation of additional courts would respond to the present needs of the times, as well as the nudge coming from the Supreme Court in a decision promulgated July 2023, wherein the Supreme Court itself emphasized the need to strengthen the Sharia or Islamic law by providing more access to justice, to the Sharia justice system in almost all parts of the Philippines, Mr. President.
What would be the jurisdiction of the Sharia courts, Mr. President?
The Sharia courts, Mr. President, would be limited to personal laws enumerated in Presidential Decree 1083, and this would be limited, Mr. President, to cases involving family relations and cases wherein the Islamic law would be triggered, especially, as I've said, 1083, PD 1083 on marriages, contracts involving a certain amount involving our Muslim brothers and sisters, and including petitions for custody, guardianship, paternity, legitimacy involving our Muslim brothers and sisters, as well as petitions for the declaration of absence and death, cancellation of correction of entries in the Muslim registries, Mr. President. So basically, it will involve administrative as well as legal systems implicated in the Sharia law. So, Mr. President, personal family laws, marriage, divorce, betrothal, disposition of property, and restitution of marital rights, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, what are the examples of the substantive laws which could be litigated before the Sharia courts, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we're talking of PD 1083,
Okay.
which would,
What's the title of that PD, Mr. President? Is that the Code of Muslim Personal Laws?
yes, the code which establishes the Sharia courts, Mr. President. And then we have Mr. President, the Bangsamoro law itself, Mr. President, would be implicated in the BARM area. And then, Mr. President, the various articles contained in the said presidential decree. But Mr. President, most of these laws, most of the instances wherein the Sharia courts, the district courts as well as the circuit courts would implicate mostly, Mr. President, personal Muslim laws, Mr. President. It has nothing to do with criminal. It has nothing to do with other civil laws, Mr. President. So the title of the law is the Code of Muslim Personal Laws of the Philippines. That's Presidential Decree 1083.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the creation of a Sharia court, this bill that we are talking about, what kind of Sharia courts do we create, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, we will be adding to the original list of Sharia district courts additional 3 Sharia judicial district courts, 12 Sharia circuit courts, Mr. President.
In the court system that we are more familiar with, can we say that the Sharia district court is the equivalent of our regional trial court? Is that more or less the comparison, Mr. President?
I think, Mr. President, the better comparison would be to consider the Sharia district courts as your appellate court, Mr. President, and the circuit court as your regional trial court.
Okay. So thank you for that, Mr. President. So the decisions of this circuit court, Sharia circuit courts, are appealable to the Sharia district court, and then the decisions of the Sharia district courts are these still appealable, Mr. President?
Mr. President, while Presidential Decree 1083 states in Article 145 thereof of the finality of decision, and I quote, the decisions of the Sharia district courts, whether on appeal from the Sharia circuit court or not, shall be final. The final sentence of said provision provides that nothing herein contained shall affect the original and appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court as provided in the Constitution. So they can still go up.
So in practice, the decisions of Sharia district courts are brought up for review only to the Supreme Court, not to the Court of Appeals.
Yes, Mr. President.
Supreme Court po.
Yes, Mr. President. On questions of law, it goes straight to the Supreme Court, Mr. President.
This is a Rule 65 action.
Yes, Mr. President. But to add another matter, when we crafted, when Your Honor was part of the Congress then, when the Bangsamoro law was crafted, I think there is a provision for a Sharia High Court, which is equivalent to a Supreme Court. So Rule 45 on a question of law under our rules of procedure, Mr. President.
Rule 45, so petition for review on certiorari.
Yes.
So it's a matter of right.
Yes, this is we speak of questions of law. So the findings of fact would be given a finality as to the findings of the Sharia district court.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. President. So, does the creation of Sharia courts need the prior recommendation of the Supreme Court?
Mr. President, the Supreme Court on several occasions, including the case that I just mentioned, the 2003 case, Spouses Maliga versus Spouses Tingao, 11 July 2023, GR 21135, already proposed, and on several occasions involving Supreme Court, internal Supreme Court discussions, they proposed the establishment of additional Sharia district courts, Mr. President, and Sharia judicial district courts as well as Sharia circuit courts, Mr. President. So there is already a recommendation.
What year is that decision, Mr. President?
2023.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the permission of the two gentlemen, can I make a singit?
Yes, Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. With the permission of the sponsor, I was nagkausap lang ako when you gave the answer to the question of the minority leader. Yung question niya about yung decision ng Sharia District Court, is it appealable to the Supreme Court?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Yun lang gusto ko maklaro. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Leader, na good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, to summarize, our bill creates, and I think it's found in the title, no, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
No, it's not. Is it found in the title? Mr. President, how many?
Three additional district,
Yeah,
12 circuit courts, Mr. President. So the districts are specified in the subsequent sections, Mr. President. Hulo, Bongao, Tawi-Tawi, Zamboanga, Marawi, etc., as well as
Apa.
areas in Metro Manila and Cebu and Iloilo and Tacloban.
So meaning to say, Mr. President, currently, since wala pa itong, this bill is not yet law, there are areas in the Philippines where resort to the Sharia system cannot be availed of by our Muslim brothers and sisters?
It can be availed of, Mr. President, but it's too cumbersome, costly, and it would pose inconvenience to the litigants because you have to go to the existing district courts, circuit courts. You have to go to areas as far as Zamboanga. You have to go to Hulo, Cotabato, even if you're a resident of Metro Manila.
Yes, yes, that's a good example, Mr. President. Let's say two party litigants,
Yes.
both residents of Metro Manila, but let us say qualified to be covered by the Sharia justice system. So without this bill, what do they need to do now? They need to go to,
Yes.
can they choose any of the existing 5
Yes, that's
districts?
yes. Then that's the. I have to admit that's the negative effect because it leads to forum shopping, Mr. President. Because you can choose your Sharia court. You can go to Iligan. You can go to Basilan. You can go to Zamboanga del Norte, Pagadian, or even Marawi. But with the expansion as proposed by this measure, it would provide them access to the courts, as well as, there is one item here that should be emphasized, Mr. President, and this is the role of the clerk of court in the circuit court. They act as the civil registrar, Mr. President. So they're in charge of the issuance of birth certificates. They're in charge of divorce papers. They're in charge of marriage certificates. They're in charge of notarization, administering the oath. So this would enable, the proposed measure would enable our Muslim brothers and sisters to really have access even to this administrative duties that administrative contingencies that should be given to them, not given by the PSA, Mr. President. Yung birth certificate nila galing sa
Court system.
sa Sharia.
Sharia system.
So yung clerk of court ng Sharia, siya yung parang local civil registrar. So kaya marami tayong kapatid na Muslim, kahit di sa Metro Manila, para mag-enroll ka, makakuha ka ng birth certificate, pupunta ka pa ng Zamboanga, pupunta ka pa ng Dapitan. Pero pag meron na nadagdagan natin yan, dito na lang po sila kukuha sa, for instance, 8th Sharia District as proposed sa Manila, or sa 7th Sharia District sa Cebu, and so on and so forth. Mas malapit na. Kasi may mga bata na kapatid tayong Muslim, kaya hindi makapasok, walang birth certificate. Kasi babiyahe pa.
But it's not prohibited, Mr. President, no? For them to register in the civil registrar in a place where even when there is no Sharia court system.
But most of our practicing Muslims really adhere to the Sharia law that even marriages, conversions, if you are a Christian converting into going into Islam as a way of religion, you have to register with the Sharia district court. So you have to go to Cotabato if you're a resident of Taguig, or Culiat in Quezon City. So ang hirap po nun. Nahirapan po yung ating mga kababayan.
Ito pong ating itong ating bill kasi is amendatory in nature. After the amendments, the entire country will territorially speaking will now be covered by at least one district.
No, Mr. President, there will
meron pa
be 6 Sharia district courts. For instance, naka-cluster na po yon kasi po ang operative word here is where there is a sizable Muslim population. So yung Sharia, for instance po, yung Sharia, 6 Sharia district, ito po yung sa Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, Misamis Occidental, Cagayan de Oro, Region 11 in Davao, and Caraga. So ito po yung territorial jurisdiction ng Sharia District Court. So yung sa 7th, sizable din po yung Muslim population. Ito po yung sa Western Visayas, Central Visayas. Covered po lahat yun, but not necessarily yung entire area magkakaroon ng Sharia court. So it would be clustered in an area wherein there is a sizable Muslim population, but compared to the existing situation, medyo hindi na ho ganun ka bigat doon sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim na magta-travel pa sa malalayong lugar.
Apa, but ang pagkaintindi ko po, ang buong Pilipinas ngayon, pagkatapos maging batas itong ating panukalang batas, mahati sa 8 Sharia districts, and then sa per district, meron pong nakalagay na mga circuit courts doon. So at least, wherever our Muslim brothers and sisters are or will be, there is now a district covering that place, and then hopefully there is an accessible court.
Mr. President, there would be a district which would encompass the territorial jurisdiction of the court, but the station itself of the court would be confined into one locality, Mr. President. Siguro po yung 6 Sharia District Court, depending on the decision of the Supreme Court, can be placed in Cagayan de Oro. Not necessarily in all the provinces comprising the 6 Sharia District Court, such as Misamis Oriental, Misamis Occidental, Bukidnon, Camiguin, and the provinces within regions 11 and 13, that's Caraga. So, iba po yung jurisdiction nandun po, pero the permanent station itself will be, as mentioned by the law, will be confined in one area, Mr. President.
The appellate court. So thank you for the example, Mr. President. So, did we, in the creation of the courts in our bill, did we follow any formula as to, for example, did we consider the caseload of the current Sharia courts?
Mr. President, the formula adopted by the committee, and this is with the concurrence of the Office of the Court Administrator, is to limit ourselves, as far as the committee is concerned, to areas with a sizable Muslim population and on the basis of geographical contiguity and accessibility. So, geographical contiguity, yung magkakatabi po, yung mga nabanggit kong example kanina, Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, Occidental, etc. Accessibility, yung malapit-lapit doon sa mga kapatid nating Muslim na magbabiyahe, kukuha ng mga papeles. So, hindi po ito doon sa caseload kasi unlike doon sa mga ordinary regional trial courts natin, yung ating manageable caseload level na sinusunod ay 300,000 cases. 300,000. 300 cases, I'm sorry, 300 cases per sala. So ito po ay wala po tayong ganon kasi ang purpose naman po ng Sharia court is both administrative as well as judicial in nature.
And Section 2 of Article 10 of RA 11054, Paragraph 2, second sentence says that the Congress, may also create Sharia courts outside the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in areas with considerable in areas where considerable number of Muslims reside. So the operable words are considerable number. So what
Yes.
number did we use, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the numbers used would vary depending on the area. Mr. President, the numbers would vary. For instance, for the 6th Sharia district, it would total almost 250,000 Islamic, they call it Islamic population. In regions 6, 7, and 8, Western Visayas, Central Visayas, and Eastern Visayas, ito po yung pinakamababa. Total Islamic population is just 31,000 or 32,000 to round off the figures. So, iba-iba po yung figures. So, but the bottom line here, Mr. President, is not the number of Muslim population, but the ability of the courts, the proposed courts, to render justice, if needed, be accessible to litigants, be accessible to non-litigants who would need birth certificate, marriage contract, divorce papers, including contracts, Mr. President.
Contract drafting.
Opo.
So the Sharia court system,
Sila yung nagno-notarize.
yeah, notarization, or how about in the drafting, they also help? They assist in the drafting?
Perhaps there are some, we have a big chunk of available Sharia certified lawyers. Perhaps the presiding judge can encourage them to also assist. But it's not part of the law, Mr. President.
So yes, Mr. President, so on the budgetary effect, may we know how much budget are we allotting for the current Sharia justice system?
Mr. President, my recollection here is not is that it's not at par with the regional trial court wherein we need a sizable amount because you will have a clerk of court, you'll have a PAW, we have a prosecutor, etc., etc. Ang lumalabas po dito, estimate as per records of the Department of Budget and Management, 30,017,720 pesos and 42 centavos for a Sharia district court. And for a Sharia circuit court, we would need 26,682,644 and 66 centavos. And that would include the MOOE, the capital expenditure, etc., to enable the Sharia court to operate, Mr. President.
Annually?
Annually,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
President.
So this measure will need additional budgetary support of around 500 million pesos annually, Mr. President?
I think so. I would
And then-
defer to the
yes, on top-
mathematical wisdom of the minority leader,
On top of the current budget for the,
judiciary.
no, for the Sharia, for the Sharia system, the current.
I don't have the
We don't
exact
have it here. Anyway,
figures
Mr.
here,
President,
Mr. President.
thank you. We have an idea, Mr. President, of the budgetary effect. But I think the mandate is there that we have to create Sharia courts where there is a considerable number of our Muslim brothers and sisters, Mr. President. And as pointed out to us by our sponsor, ano pala, this is not really just the normal court system na litigation. Ano pala to? It's like also a civil registry and then PAW, assistance, nandun din po, at saka public official allowed to administer oaths, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
So it's a multi-purpose or multi-functioning office, Mr. President. So thank you for that and congratulations to our sponsor for sponsoring this measure in a timely fashion. Kasi I think this is a holy month for our
Ramadan, Mr.
yes,
President.
Muslim brothers and sisters, the holy month of Ramadan, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat to the a good minority leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there are no
No
committee
amendments,
or
Mr. President.
individual amendments as confirmed by the distinguished sponsor. I now move to close the period of individual and committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2594. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 2594 and under Committee Report number 215 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, and other co-authors of this measure. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2594.
There being no objection, Senate Bill number 2594, Committee Report number 215 consideration is hereby suspended.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2555 under Committee Report number 191. This is the bill amending the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2555 under Committee Report number 191 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bohol and Davao Region, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Our sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized, and likewise Senator Bato de la Rosa to interpolate.
Kayo mag-advise sa akin kung ano yun.
Already, Mr. President,
Baligtad rin natin.
the entire LTO family is behind the interpellator.
Baligtad do, Mr. President. Ang interpellator ang merong consultant sa likod.
Yeah, the backstop.
Oh, baligtad ito ngayon. So, better be prepared, Mr. Good Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. You know, I have prepared 3-pager list of questions, but I am only allowed by the sponsor to ask one question.
No, Mr. President.
It is the, meron ngang option ang sponsor kung gusto niya magpa-interpolate o hindi, di ba? So, with due respect to our good sponsor, I will limit my question to, pwede siguro dalawa, Mr. Good Sponsor.
Yes, Mr.
Dalawa na lang.
President. Yes,
Okay?
Mr. President. Double-barreled questions coming from...
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, as co-author and co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2555, I am one with a good sponsor in his efforts to rectify a law that is borderline repressive. Crime prevention is and should be what it is, a deterrent. It should not in any way suppress or limit a particular group in our society. The motorcycle riding community has to endure not only the harsh elements thrown at them by nature when traveling from one point to the other. They have also barely managed to survive the harsh penalties of the double placa law, an avoidance made possible only because its implementation was suspended. With that, with the good gentleman from Cavite yelled to only two clarificatory questions, to spread out in our records our intent in amending Republic Act number 12235, or commonly known as the Doble Placa Law.
Willingly, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, one of the complaints of our motorcycle riding community against RA 11235 is that the penalties in the said law are excessive and discriminatory. Masyado raw mataas ang fine at mahaba ang pagkakakulong na kaparusahan sa paglabag ng doble plaka law kumpara sa parusa sa mga four-wheel vehicle drivers. Maaari po ba nating ilahad kung ano ang mga pinagbabawal sa RA 11235 at kaparusahan nito?
Yes, Mr. President. Sa pangkasalukuyang batas under the current law, 11235, driving without a number plate or readable number plate will be fined not less than 50,000 pesos nor more than 100,000 pesos or both. Under the proposed measure, under consideration, it would not be more than 5,000 pesos, Mr. President. So malaki po yung pagkakaiba. 100,000 as against, maximum 100,000 as against maximum 5,000. Yung 100,000 po, makakabili na ho ng 2 motor yon, on down payment na ng 5 motor yon. So malaking baba po nun. And then, pag lost plate po, lost plate or readable number plate, failure of the owner to report the same, shall subject the owner, this is section 11 of RA 11235, shall subject the owner to a fine of not less than 20,000 pesos but not more than 50,000. Under the proposed measure, it will be just 5,000, not more than 5,000 pesos. Under the current law, pag within 3 days, pag nawala yung plaka mo, hindi mo na-report, imprisonment. Shall subject the owner to imprisonment of arresto mayor to prisión correccional. So 1 month and 1 day to 6 years, Mr. President. But under the proposed measure, there is no more imprisonment, but the fine will not be more than 5,000 pesos. And there are other comparative differences. Yung erasing and tampering, forging, ang penalty po sa existing law is prison mayor, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years, and a penalty of not more than 100,000. Under the proposed measure, punishment by imprisonment from 2 years and 1 day to 6 years, and a fine of not more than 10,000 pesos. So, mas mababa po ito, Mr. President, mas makatao. Mas makatao po ito kasi ang lumalabas po doon sa malalaking penalty, parang na-discriminate na ho masyado yung mga may-ari ng motor. Mas malaki pa ho sa mga may-ari ng kotse. Yung may-ari ng 4 na gulong, mura lang po yung mga fine. Minsan, nag-hit and run pa na hindi nahuhuli. Ito sa motor, ang laki. Mahal pa ho sa presyo ng motor at mas matagal pa yung pagkakakulong. So, buburahin na po natin yung diskriminasyon na yan, Mr. President, at gagawin po natin mas makatao itong bagong batas kaysa po sa pangkasalukuyang doble plaka law.
Salamat for that clarification, Mr. President. Parang bang ibig mong sabihin na under the current law, kahit na ibinta ng may-ari ng motor, yung kanyang motor, para pangbayad lang ng penalty na 100,000, hindi pa rin, it will not suffice, hindi pa rin kaya. Dahil ang motorsiklo ngayon, yung, kung hindi brand new, yung second hand, isa way below 100,000.
Opo.
So, hindi pa rin, kahit na ibinta na niya yung pangkabuhayan niya ng motor, hindi pa rin niya mabayaran yung
Opo.
penalty.
Hindi lang po yun, Mr. President. Minsan po, pati buhay ay nakataya. Kamakalawa po, Mr. President, I read some news reports. Isang famous vlogger, kabataan, tiga Bataan Province, pinakasikat po sa Bataan, magaling mag-video, nagdadrive po siya ng motor, 24, 23 years old, I forgot the name, God bless his soul. Angkas niya po yung girlfriend niya, nagpipicture siya kasi ang dami niyang followers. Binangga po siya ng truck sa likod. Ganun lang po, nawala, napawi yung buhay niya. Pati po yung girlfriend niya. You can look at several news reports since yesterday and the day before. So, Ang laki po nung risk ng mga nagmumotor and yet, napaka-discriminatory pa sa kanila yung mga penalties, Mr. President.
Well, thank you for that information, good sponsor. So, with your explanation, maaari po bang masabi natin na sa mga proposed amendments sa double plaka law, mas naging equitable ito? Masasabi niyo po ba na mas naging patas ang timbangan ng batas para sa mga nagmamaniho ng iba't ibang uri ng mga sasakyan?
I think so, Mr. President. So, pag napasa po ito, will now be going into the realm of implementation. And that would be really outside the confines of what we are trying to legislate today. So kung yung mga mag-i-implement naman, masama yung pag-i-implement, baka mawala na yung pagkapatas. Pero as I look at it now, Mr. President, you have the correct word, this will be more equitable and fair, non-discriminatory, dahil hindi na po dapat sila tingnan bilang mga riding in tandem na mga kriminal. Yung sinasabi ko pong mag-boyfriend, girlfriend ay nagbibideo lang po at sila po ay mga kabataang vlogger sa Central Luzon. Sikat po ito eh. Ang dami hong followers. Tapos binangga lang, nasawi sila, kamakalawa. So ito po yung naghahanap buhay. Ang trabaho nila ay yung pagbibideo, pagbablog. So nakakalungkot, Mr. President, under the current setup, para po silang kriminal. Pag nag-riding, dalawa kayo, ay riding in tandem kayo, suspect agad kayo. So, mawawala na po yun. Papawiin po natin yun, Mr. President. Hindi po nila kasalanan nakamotor sila. Kasalanan po ng pamahalaan na wala tayong effective means of transportation. Kasalanan din ng ating sistema na wala tayong mga tren, monorail, subway, etc., etc., Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to manifest that I will be one of those beneficiaries of this proposed measure if this is passed into law. Because I am an avid motorcycle rider. Almost all the time, nagmumotorsiklo ako. So, salamat for this amendment. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate is the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor,
Willingly, Mr. President.
our measure, the measure we are considering is amendatory in nature.
Yes, Mr. President.
And we are amending RA 11235 or the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act.
Yes, Mr. President.
And we are amending it comprehensively. Are we overhauling the said law?
Not really, Mr. President, but the response of the Congress should be attuned to the needs of the times. Ang tinutukoy po dito, Mr. President, gumawa tayo ng batas, tapos nagkaroon ng 12 million plates na backlog para sa motor na hindi naman magawa. Paano pa ho yung batas? Ang ginangyari po sa batas, Mr. President, sinuspend yung batas dahil hindi kaya ng LTO na gumawa ng plaka. 12 million and counting. So, kasama na rin po yun, Mr. President. The law was passed, not implemented, suspended, and cannot be implemented, Mr. President, and resulted into a discriminatory treatment of riders, Mr. President. I see the presiding officer nodding his head, and perhaps if we suspend the rules, he can participate, Mr. President, because he is very knowledgeable in this subject matter. I'm referring now to Senator J.B. Ejercito.
Yes, if I may, with the indulgence of our sponsor, this is an anti-crime measure, no? Because the use of motorcycle at that time was very prevalent, no? For use for crime, yung riding in tandem. That's why this was introduced. It had good intentions, but as mentioned by the sponsor, what was not intended, what was not expected was the 10 to 12 million backlog. If we were to think of peace and order, anti-crime, mas importante na meron lahat may plate number, no? And the problem of LTO right now is the 10 million backlog at present. If we will double it, no, yung doble plaka, as mentioned by the sponsor, baka hindi na natin ma-achieve. And what worries me also, Mr. Minority Leader, is that the more motorcycles that have no plates, it is more vulnerable for use for criminal activities. So it's more important to have plate numbers than no plate numbers at all. So that's the intent of the measure.
To put in proper context, the 10 to 12 million backlog in vehicle license plates cover all kinds of vehicles, not only motorcycles.
I think for four-wheeled vehicles, about 2 million for motorcycles.
So motorcycles is 10.
10 million ng motorcycles.
And when we say 10 million plates, are these 10 million pairs or 10 million pieces? Is the backlog?
Mr. President, I think that would be, I have here a chart. Sana hindi na ito West Philippine Sea. Ayun. So,
Yeah, let us look at the chart of
Mr.
Professor
President,
Tolentino again.
yung backlog po natin ay 12,548,909 pieces. September 23 up to the present. So, ngayon po, February 15, this was done. This from the records of LTO, February 15. Nadagdagan pa ho ito, Mr. President. Yung 3 million plus po yung sa mga kotse, four-wheel, at 9 million plus doon po sa motorsiklo, Mr. President. Pieces.
Yes. And then what a coincidence, Mr. President. The updated figure is the same as the
Total.
the remaining backlog. Is that supposed to be the same?
You have a 2020 vision, Mr. President. Malapit kasi ako eh. Na pareho din po, Mr. President. The backlog,
is that supposed to be the same, Mr. President?
yes, the same.
That
Kasi
figure? Okay.
present po eh.
Sige po.
Present, oh.
Apa. So pieces. So what is the current rule for motorcycles? They need to have 2 plates. Tama po ba 'yan?
Correct, Mr.
So
President.
more or less i-divide natin by 2 yan. Mga 6 million motorcycle units ang affected. Tama po ba 'yan?
Can I have a 1-minute suspension? Dito po yung mga LTO.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, it would appear that this would be divisible by 2. Divisible by 2. But I have records here that the plates to be delivered would be almost the same. Almost the same, Mr. President.
No, my question, Mr. President, is more or less how many motorcycle units are affected with the backlog? Tama ba? 6 million? Not 12 million. Tama po? Around
Correct,
6
correct,
million.
Mr.
Apa.
President. Correct, Mr. President.
Sige po. And then, in the sense that this is an amendatory law, maybe here again, what parts of RA 11235 are we touching or amending, Mr. President?
Number 1, Mr. President, we will be amending Section 4 of Section 7 of RA 11235, wherein a plate number will no longer be needed for the front of the motorcycle, and in lieu thereof, an RFID sticker would be required, Mr. President. That is on Section 7, Mr. President. And then That would be Section 4 of the new law. That's Section 7 of the existing law. And then, Mr. President, on Section 11, we will be amending the same for purposes of decreasing the amount, the penalty, the fines, Mr. President, from 20,000 not more than 50,000 to a fine of not more than 5,000, as I mentioned during the
Yes.
previous questions coming from Senator De La Rosa, as well as the imprisonment. Nawala na po, Mr. President, yung arresto mayor to prisión correctional. Ano na lang po ngayon, Mr. President, fine of not more than 5,000 pesos. And then Section 12, yung erasing and tampering of the current law, will be amended to decrease likewise the fine from maximum 100,000 to 10,000, as previously stated, Mr. President. And then the prisión mayor penalty in the same section will be reduced likewise to 6 months imprisonment, and the fine reduced to 10,000. On Section 13 of the stolen number plate, it will be reduced likewise to 10,000 pesos from a maximum of 10,000 pesos. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
So, yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. So basically, ang significant ideas in our bill, which amends RA 11235, number one, it's about the plate, the motorcycle license plate. Basically, from 2, isa na lang.
Correct, Mr.
Okay,
President.
tapos, pati ba yung size ay, yung required size ng 11235 ay ba i-release na natin? I mean, we will abandon the size requirement?
Mr. President,
With the
presiding
indulgence of
officer-
the
yes.
Majority Leader, with the law 11235, it already increased the size of the rear plates that will be more readable from a farther distance. So that was the intention na kung sakasakaling magamit sa krimen, ay it will be, the plate numbers from the rear will be readable even at a longer distance. So we will just retain the rear plates in the same size.
No, Mr. President, yung RA 11235, is it scientific enough that andun ang dimensions ng required plate sa likod?
From what I remembered, it is there already, specified that
Yeah.
it is a bigger plate.
Are we touching it in our bill, Mr. President? Are we changing the dimensions of that ano ba tawag doon, Mr. President? Rear, no?
Rear plate
The
number.
rear plate number, yes. Are we touching the dimensions?
No need anymore because that is also one of the features of the RA 11235 for anti-crime prevention, so that it will be readable in case the use of CCTV or other cameras from afar. So it will be more readable. So it's bigger than the old plate numbers.
So ang reklamo ba dun sa RA 11235 is
Front.
the requirement of the front license plate as well as the size of that front license plate?
Actually,
Yun
it's
po
the
ba?
front plates only, not the
Yes.
rear plates.
Yes,
Kasi
the
for-
front plate and as well as the required size of the front
Yes,
license plate. Tama?
Because it will be dangerous, poses a danger because it might detach because for aerodynamics, baka matanggal and it might hit, it will pose the danger to the rider. So that's the reason that riders are wary of having a plate number in front. So in lieu of that, as mentioned by the sponsor, we will have an RFID system so that in case there are checkpoints also, less discrimination na hindi na pipila na matagal, it will be more, we will just have scanners, no, that will make it more convenient, not only for riders but also for law enforcers as well.
Plus, Mr. President, if I may add, all motorcycles are designed not to have a plate number in front, because in front you only have the headlight, the single headlight, plus the fork, the shock system. So there's no space for as far as I know, there's no space for a plate number in front.
Are there no jurisdictions which require 2 plates for motorcycles? Other countries?
From what I know, Indonesia only is what I remember.
So-
In Thailand, I think.
There is no aerodynamic objection in Indonesia and Thailand?
I think motorcycles that were sold in those countries have a special provision that they for plate numbers. But the motorcycles that are sold here, that doesn't have the provision.
Okay. But my concern, Mr. President, is if you want this is a crime prevention, the mother law which we are touching is a crime prevention measure. Ang isa sa mga measures na naisip doon is to make the motorcycle license plate more readable. Okay, so most likely merong check nyo ngayon, no? Check nyo ngayon. Most likely the law provided for the specifications of that rear license plate, yung size ng plate, yung font size ng mga letters at saka numbers. Nandito, saan dito?
Mr. President, that was provided for, Mr. President, the size in specified under the implementing rules, Mr. President. So we're now referring to the dimensions, Mr. President, but let me add that in lieu of the front motorcycle plate, there would be an RFID, Mr. President, and all motorcycles, and this was supposed to be asked by Senator Padilla, all motorcycles, when you buy a motorcycle, it already has an RFID. Yes, the RFID contains the engine number, the chassis number, etc., etc. So there would be no additional expense on the part of the motorcycle rider. Nandun na po yun eh. So what will be needed, Mr. President, following the line of thinking of the good minority leader, is that there should be a scanner, a motorcycle gun scanner, I don't know the exact term, to read the RFID during checkpoints, during legal stop and frisk, etc., etc. So, yun po, Mr. President. Walang dagdag na gastos ito sa mga riders. Nakakabit na po talaga yun.
Actually, just to clarify, the RFID comes with the plate numbers. The LTO supplies the RFID, which contains, as mentioned by the sponsor, the information of the motorcycle and the engine, chassis, and others, and also the drivers. So later on, the driver's license, so that it will be for the use of the scanners in the future.
So the RFID mentioned in the bill and the RFID already attached to the motorcycles when sold are the same. That's already compliance with the law, with the bill, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President.
Okay, but are we referring to those newly sold?
Correct, Mr. President.
Paano yung mga luma po?
There would be a system in case of transfer of ownership, repossession. Marami po kasi, Mr. President, repossession. So there would be a system separate from the current LTO system, wherein the new details can be placed within, so that it would appear within that RFID system, consistent with the Data Privacy Act and the new registration. So this would make it more current, Mr. President, because it would enable the LTO to really place, because just the name of the owner would be changed, but the chassis number, the engine would remain the same. So there would be a system for this, and this would likewise be consistent with our existing anti-carnapping laws, Mr. President.
Yung mga bibili ngayon ng motosiklo, may RFID na po. Yung mga pagbago. Pag ngayon yung mga bibili ng second hand o yung may-ari na ng motorsiklo ngayon na wala pang RFID, they would need to purchase that RFID, that sticker.
If
Mr.
I
President,
may also,
Yes, sir.
I just again to clarify, the RFID comes with the plate numbers, the new plate numbers. It's supplied by LTO also, so kasabay na siya ng mga bagong plate numbers.
Yes, pero when this law, if this bill becomes law, aabutan po niya yung backlog eh. Therefore, 6 million yon, mag-i-issue ng one plate na lang plus RFID.
Plus RFID,
Ganun po ba?
yes, it comes with it.
Samantala ngayon, ang obligasyon is 2 plates plus, still plus RFID.
That is correct.
Opo. Paano po na-cover yung mga luma na motorcycles na meron ng plates? Di ba nagre-renew na lang ng ng registration? In the renewal ba bibigyan lang sila ng RFID na sticker?
So, Mr. President, in case of subsequent sale or disposition of a motorcycle, the new owner shall report such sale or disposition to the LTO by submitting the required clearances ng HPG, deed of sale within 20 days from acquisition of ownership and transfer, cost the transfer of the same. Bibigyan na po yun ng bagong dokumento. The same is true with yung mga nabanggit ko kanina, yung may mga bumibili kasi ngayon na makikita nyo sa Facebook, Marketplace, yung pasalo. Pasalo, assume balance. Yung assume balance, the new buyer shall secure from the dealer or the original buyer an authority to use such motorcycle as proof of such acquisition scheme. And just the same, they will be given the new scanner-readable RFID stickers.
Upon registration?
Yes, yes.
Or renewal of the
Yes.
registration. Okay po, sige. And hopefully that RFID will contain information about the motorcycle as well as about the owners, the ownership. Okay. Kasi it's a crime prevention So measure, so we need information.
You're correct, Mr.
Tama po.
President.
Sige po. And then, so meron na palang RFID ngayon. Binabasa na po ba yung existing RFIDs ngayon ng LTO or any law enforcement entity?
If I may also, actually that's for future use. We need to purchase the scanners for the law enforcers and set up the action center. That's for the convenience of the law enforcers and the riders as well. But at present, I'm sure that LTO will attest that they already have the information of the motorcycles, the engine number, the chassis number. I think the sponsor will.
Yes, yes, we totally agree with the presiding officer that what we would be needing in the future would be for the law enforcers to have the proper scanner. This is a gun-type portable scanner. Yung parang babarilin mo lang. We used to have that during my MMDA days, yung mga plaka. So kailangan mag-slow down and then merong laser light pointed to the RFID, lalabas na po doon sa scanner yung details. So this would do away with your usual titigil ka sa tent, checkpoint, pangalan mo, lisensya mo, taga saan ka, alis ka ng helmet, saan ang punta mo, baba ka muna, kap-kap ka, saan ka galing. Matagal yun tas traffic na sa likod. But
Actually,
I was informed, Mr. President, that the
actually, this
LTO...
is one of the discriminatory provisions
Yes.
of the present law, because every morning about 30-50 riders are waiting in the heat because of the
Yes.
checkpoints. It's very inconvenient. They have to bring out all the documents. The law enforcers have to read, no?
Yes.
Also by one. So it's really inconvenient for both the law enforcers and the riders. So we're hoping that with the use of these scanners in the future, we can purchase already. It will already be anti-discriminatory.
Yes, Mr. President. Hindi lang po, Mr. President, May mga balita ako, pati yung mga nagdi-deliver ng pagkain. Saan ka magdi-deliver? Ano yung dala mo? Saan niluto yan? Magkano yan? Anong oras ka umalis? Nakabilad doon sa araw yun. Minsan, malamig na ho yung kape bago dumating sa pagdadalan. Tapos minsan umuulan. Yung ganun discrimination. But I was informed that LTO already has in its possession a limited number of these handheld devices. Meron na po sila.
Sige po. But even if the RFID is scanned, there is no picture, no, of the owner. There is no picture, only the name.
Only the name, the details of the motorcycles, and I think the license that will be inputted. Only the information.
The license of the driver, Mr. President. Can we ask our LTO?
You can ask the LTO.
If that handheld scanner is used now, what data will it reveal, Mr. President?
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I was informed by the LTO that the scanner that they have right now, if pointed to the RFID, would just reveal the engine number, the brand, Yamaha, or Honda, the chassis number, etc., but not yet the name.
Yeah.
But it can be included because they are complying with some Data Privacy Act concerns. No pictures, Mr. President.
So how can it be a anti-crime measure, Mr. President? Yung RFID. It will reveal to us that ito yung identity ng motor, and then so what is the value, Mr. President?
If I may, because sometimes criminals or those riding in tandem, they use stolen plate numbers. So at least when they are accosted in the checkpoint, you can be sure that that plate number really belongs to that motorcycle.
Is that one of the information to be revealed, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, the RFID should be compatible likewise with the plate at the back.
Yes,
Yun na.
that's correct.
Yes, kasi minsan nakaw na yung plaka eh.
Mention ba niya?
Nakaw na yung plaka, kaya hindi nag-match. Tapos, in the future, if the system would allow in the future the incorporation of the name of the owner. Not necessarily the rider, the owner. Kasi minsan yung
Tama, the owner.
rider iba naman sa owner.
Yes, pwede mong hanapan ngayon na ID si rider. Then the RFID will reveal the name of the owner.
Correct,
So, pwede
Mr.
mong matanong, bakit po kayo nagda-drive nito? May permiso ba ito sa owner?
Yes, for instance, if the owner is from Cagayan de Oro and the motorcycle accosted was made in Quezon City, pero iba na ho yun. Paano ka
Sige
nakarating
po.
dito?
Likewise, if I may add,
Sige po.
kung halimbawa po ma-report yung motorcycle that was stolen, and kung nandun po yung action center in the future, it will be alerted, no? So lahat ng checkpoint, pag na scan po, pag nagpula, then mahuhuli, it will be recovered faster. So that's for future use.
Pag
meron na
may
actions-
alert,
yes,
may
pag may alert.
alarm. Apo.
Alarm, yes.
Apo. Good. That's where we are using the technology to help us enforce the law, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, tama naman po na binababaan yung mga penalties because na-appreciate po natin sa sagot po ng ating sponsor. Mayroon pala mga infraction na 50,000 pesos ang fine under this old law, and then we are reducing for example, the 50,000 to
5,000.
to 5,000, Mr. President. So this is, and then as mentioned by our sponsor, if it's a four-wheel vehicle, that 50,000 for the motorcycle, the same infraction would just be 5,000 for the four-wheel
Yeah, correct.
vehicle. So these are the discriminatory features that we are also taking out, Mr. President. Pero yung parati nating example na si four-wheel vehicle, diretso-diretso. Si two-wheel vehicle, paparahin. Will this measure put an end to that? Hindi rin po, di ba? Ang ating point is it will just be more comfortable to the stopped motorcycle rider. Yun po yung nakukuha kong mensahe.
So that's now the law enforcement implementation angle, Mr. President, but it will lessen the discrimination. Perhaps there's the big penalty currently being imposed can entice a law enforcer to accost and stop and freeze because ba't ka magbabayad ng 50,000? Baka maglagay pa yun doon. Makukutongan. Di ba ho? It opens the floodgates of corruption on the streets kasi mataas yung, magbayad ka ng 50,000 o magbayad ka ng 1,000 ngayon. Di ba yung mga ganun, no? So, kaya nai-entice yung iba kasi pwede mong i-flag down, alam nila ang laki ng penalty. Pero kung yung penalty po hindi ganun ka confiscatory in nature, baka pare-pareho na lang ang trato. And then, yung mindset din siguro po ng enforcers, dapat mabago rin. May karapatan din ho itong mga riders, hindi ho ito kriminal riding in tandem. The records will show, meron po akong mga details, pero I've shown that before, Mr. President.
Kung totoo pong naging readable na to the human eye from a distance of 15 meters, yung back license plate of the motorcycle, then why the need to stop them, Mr. President? Ganun din naman yung four-wheel na vehicle. Hindi ni-stop dahil supposed to be readable na yung kanyang license plates, both front and back. So, what is the rationale on the need to stop our motorcycle riders, Mr. President?
That came from the notion, that mindset that yung mga rider nga sinasakyan ng kriminal, getaway, yung mga napapanood na Netflix na dumadaan sa hagdanan, na mabilis mag-getaway vehicle. Hindi naman ang mga babae po nakasakay, angkas-angkas, naka-side view. Kasakay yung asawa, hindi naman riding in tandem yun. So, naging tradisyon na ho yun. Stop.
So, Mr. President, kasi nga pag parating yung motorcycle na wala naman siyang plate sa harap, license plate na readable, immediately readable sa harap, the law enforcer does not know kung may license plate siya sa likod. So that's why I think the reason why they need to stop. Kahit may check, kailangan ma-check din kung may license plate sa likod because otherwise, magagamit pa rin sa krimen And then, pagkatapos ng krimen, when you look after now the motorcycle used in the crime, wala rin palang license plate sa likod. So how do we solve the crime, Mr. President? Kung ganyan nga tayo
Mr. President,
kalinyan, Mr. President.
You must be aware, in other jurisdictions, and I'm sure the good minority leader is aware of this, if you go to other European countries, in other states, Pennsylvania, walang plaka sa harap, sa likod lang. I think Texas, wala sa harap, sa likod lang. Kotse na uta, four-wheel drive. So, and yet, their highway patrol groups are being able to enforce traffic laws, Mr. President. So, ang trend po ngayon talaga, ang plaka sa likod na lang May makikita kayo, walang laman sa harap. In some states in the United States and some European countries, I think Germany is also included, Mr. President, in that long list.
Ano ba itong decal plate? Ano sabi ito? Mr. President, I'm now looking at the LTO IRR kasi doon yata na-delegate natin doon yung authority for the LTO to now determine the actual specifications of the license plates. There is a metal plate and a decal plate. For my education, what is a decal plate, Mr. President? Mr. President, the decal plate.
The presiding officer can...
Yes.
Actually, that was in the old
Sa
law,
harap.
no? That there would be in lieu of the metal plates for safety decal plates, but
That's in the front. In the
Yes.
front. Okay, let's not talk about the front one because
yes.
the measure is about the back motorcycle license plate. So ito po, galing sa LTO. The metal plate shall be 235 millimeters in width and 135 millimeters in height. MM yun, in height. Okay, the Hindi ko nabanggitin yung material. It must be with reflectorized background and security features. The font size for all alphanumeric characters is 60 mm tall. Ngayon, kung ikumpara po natin ito sa para scientific, 235, 135, 60. Kumpara po natin sa nabanggit po ng sponsor natin na European countries na hindi na po naglalagay ng license plate sa harap ng motorcycle. Ano pong specs po dun sa mga European countries na yon?
Mr. President, I'm not just referring to motorcycles, yung pong mga kotse.
Yes, but
Kotse po, wala
let's
na po.
apply it to motorcycles now because
Uh-huh.
we're talking about this. So, what would be the readable license plates? Ang aking point, Mr. President, baka naman itong ating mga specs do not make the motorcycle back license plates readable, Mr. President.
If I
Kasi
may-
this is an anti-crime measure. Let's really make it a meaningful and effective anti-crime measure, Mr. President.
If I may, again, from what I remember, the old green plates, yung mga meaning the old model motorcycles, they have a smaller plates. No? Because of this RA 11235, based on the specifications, these are bigger. It's black and white and much bigger.
Apa.
It's almost like the European specs, so that it will be more readable even from a farther distance. Mas malaki po siya, siguro maybe about 30-40% bigger than the old plate.
Than the old Philippine plate.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so but the metal plate would now be bigger, but I'm the entries, the information in the metal plates, yung mga letters and numbers, yun ang tanong ko. Are they bigger or are they the same? Ngayon, Mr. President, on the way here, siyempre, alam ko na may interpellation tayo ngayon. Tumitingin ako sa mga motorsiklo sa daan. Okay, ako po yung nakakita ng 3 letters and then followed by 7 numbers, I think. Am I correct? And then may nakita naman ako na sobrang haba. Meron pang na word na Maverick. Ano yun? Ano yung mga ganun? Ano po yun? Temporary plates ba yun? If we look at the plate number system of the Republic of the Philippines, we are in a confused state. Okay? Motorcycle lang po yun. Pero siyempre nakikita ko rin sa mga sasakyan. I see green,
Black and
green
white.
3 letters and 3 numbers. I see black against white, 3 letters and 4 numbers. And then I see many other plate numbers, Mr. President. Designs, Mr. President. So may we know, ang tanong ko lang po, ito pong nasa LTO, IRR, how does it compare to the European countries where law enforcement is efficient and effective even with just 1 plate for the motorcycles, Mr. President?
We are, I think the new, our standard right now is compliant with European standard. But to clarify, yung mas marami hong letters, numbers, yung po yung mga temporary. So ito po yung sinasabi ko for comparative purposes, yung sizes. So mas maliit tayo ng kaunti sa Vietnam, mas malaki tayo sa Vietnam, mas malaki tayo sa Thailand. So ito po yung sa atin. In terms of height, mas malapad po yung Thailand. This is Thailand, this is Vietnam. Ayun po yung sa Philippines. So mabivisualize nyo na po yan, Your Honor, na kung yung distance nyo po, Mr. President, from that podium to where I stand, nababasa nyo pa. So, ibig sabihin po niyan, merong 2 kotse pa in front na pwedeng umovertake. Pero in the usual traffic situation po, magkakadikit-dikit na tayo Mababasa nyo ho talaga yan.
But Mr. President, I'm sorry to say, wala akong nakitang ganyang license plate, Mr. President, sa daan. Itong AB 12345. Wala po ako nakitang ganyan sa daan.
Yan po yung current doble plaka law. Wala po kayong makita, Mr. President, kasi hindi nga makagawa ang LTO.
That is the suspended law.
Yes.
Hindi nila in-implement.
Wala silang ma-manufacture.
But that is already the 235 mm in width and 135 mm in height. Is that
Correct,
it?
Mr. President. Hindi sila makagawa. Hindi sila makagawa ng...
May we know, Mr. President, bakit in inches pala yan? Kung ang LTO, millimeters ang
Yes.
gamit, and then ang Did LTO provide our sponsor with the chart, Mr.
Ako
President?
na po ang nagpaano
kayo na po yan. Okay.
ang ibig sabihin po ng 5.31 inches ay 135 millimeters. Ang 9.25 inches ay 235.
Apo.
So, compliant po yun. Hindi lang po ako magaling sa metric system, kaya ginawa ko na pong inches.
60.
Ito po
yung mga letters po natin and numbers, are they 60 mm?
Correct. Correct. But ito po,
So wala
actual
tayong
po ito.
nakikitang ganyan ngayon because the law was never implemented.
The law, perhaps the good presiding officer can assist me.
Yes. Session suspended for a minute.
juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2555. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill 2606, an act establishing the archipelagic sea lanes in Philippine archipelagic waters, prescribing the rights and obligations of foreign ships and aircrafts, exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage through the established archipelagic sea lanes and providing for the associated protected measures therein by Senator De La Rosa.
To the Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones.
Senate Bill number 2607, an act ordaining the promotion of social enterprises to alleviate poverty, establishing for the purpose the poverty reduction through social entrepreneurship program and providing support, benefits, and appropriations therefore by Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Trade and Commerce, Social Justice, Ways and Means and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2608, an act establishing central kitchens to improve implementation of the school-based feeding program, amending for the purpose RA number 11037, otherwise known as the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Youth and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2609, an act establishing a comprehensive Philippine environmental assessment system, creating the National Environmental Protection Agency and allocating funds therefore by Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Environment, Civil Service, Ways and Means and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2610, an act establishing a campus of the Southern Leyte State University in the municipality of Liloan, province of Southern Leyte, to be known as the SLSU Liloan Campus, and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Ejercito.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
Resolutions, PS number 965, resolution commending the outstanding young men and women awardees of the 2024 The Outstanding Young Men Awards of the Philippines for embracing innovation and their contribution to the nation building by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
PSR number 966, resolution directing the appropriate committees to conduct a comprehensive inquiry in aid of legislation on the unabated dredging activities conducted by Chinese workers in coastal areas in the province of Zambales that affect the livelihood of residents, cause undue damage to the environment, and impact tourism, with the end in view of reviewing existing policies and regulations, protecting the environment, and ultimately promoting the welfare and interests of Filipinos by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Environment and Local Government.
PSR number 967, resolution directing the proper Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported construction of structures within the vicinity of the Chocolate Hills with the end in view of preserving Bohol's protected area and major tourist attraction by Senator Binay.
To the Committees on Environment and Local Government.
PSR number 968, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged anomalous sale of rice stock to favored private traders by the National Food Authority by Senator Ejercito.
Committees on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations and Agriculture.
PSR number 969, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the strengthening diplomatic ties between the Philippines and Iraq with the end in view of refining measures for the protection and welfare of Filipino nationals in Iraq by Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Foreign Relations. There's an additional reference to business. Please proceed.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2611, entitled An Act Modifying the Salary Schedule for Civilian Government Personnel, authorizing the grant of additional benefits and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Civil Service, Committees on Civil Service and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2612, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Children by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2621, an act strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation by introducing a market-based reform on agricultural insurance and for other purposes by Senator Villar.
To the Committees on Government Corporations, Agriculture, Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolutions, PSR number 970, resolution directing the appropriate committees of the Senate to conduct an inquiry into reports on the destruction of Chocolate Hills and defacement by tourist resorts and other projects by Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Environment and Local Government.
PSR number 971, resolution commending and congratulating the Outstanding Young Men Awardees 2023 by Senator Binay.
Committee on Rules.
PSR number 972, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to discuss and assess the Department of Education's procurement of books and other learning materials based on the findings of the Second Congressional Commission on Education for the purpose of identifying and addressing procurement challenges and gaps and crafting complementary or amendatory legislation by Senator Gatchalian.
To Committees on Finance and Basic Education.
PSR number 973, resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the construction of resorts within the Chocolate Hills Natural Monument with the end in view of reviewing existing policies, procedures, and standards to ensure the conservation and protection of our protected areas by Senator Legarda.
Committees on Environment and Local Government.
PSR number 974, resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reported scheme of foreign nationals illegally obtaining legitimate Philippine government documents by Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Accountability, Public Officers, and Investigations.
PSR number 975, resolution directing ng inquiry in aid of legislation on the operation of dredging vessels operated by Chinese nationals in San Felipe, Zambales to determine its impact on the river and coastlines, tourism, and the livelihood of local fisher folks, as well as its compliance with environmental laws, permits, or nationality requirements under the Constitution by Senator Legarda.
To Committees on Environment and Local Government.
PSR number 976, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the management practices, the presence of the mutual agreements, and the protection mechanisms or the lack thereof accorded to the country's protected areas in light of distressing reports of exploitation or defacement of certain protected areas such as the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape in Rizal, the Siargao Island Protected Landscape and Seascape in Surigao del Norte, the Chocolate Hills Natural Monument in the province of Bohol, the Mount Apo Natural Park in the province of North Cotabato, and Davao del Sul and Davao City, among others, by Senator Villar C.
To Committees on Environment and Local Government.
Committee reports. Committee report number 237, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, Justice and Human Rights, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance on Senate Bill number 2613 with Senators Padilla, Tolentino, Revilla Jr., and Angara as authors thereof, entitled An Act Providing for Equitable Access to Sharia Courts, amending for the purpose RA number 997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill number 2462, taking into consideration House Bill number 9045, sponsor Senator Padilla.
To the calendar for new business.
Committee report number 238, submitted by the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs on Senate Bill number 1616, introduced by Senator Angara, entitled An Act Declaring the 7th day of November on every year a special national working holiday in commemoration of the establishment of the first Philippine mosque and the introduction of Muslim in the Philippines, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Padilla.
To the calendar for new business.
Committee report number 239, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 2614 with Senators Villar C. and Villar M. as authors thereof, entitled An Act Declaring a Parcel of Land Located in the Municipalities of Maria Aurora, Baler, San Luis, and Dinangalan in the Province of Aurora, and Bongabon, Province of Nueva Ecija, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area Systems, to be referred to as the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2202 and 2554, taking into consideration House Bill number 8441, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for new business.
Committee report number 240, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate Bill number 2615 with Senators Villar C. and Villar M. as authors thereof, entitled An Act Declaring a Parcel of Land Located in the Municipalities of Mayantok and San Jose, Province of Tarlac as a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2203 and 2549, taking into consideration House Bill number 8394, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 241, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 2616 with Senators Villar C. and Villar M. as authors thereof, entitled, An Act Declaring a Parcel of Land Located in the Municipalities of Pulangi and Owas and Cities of Ligao and Tabaco in the Province of Albay, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Masaragak Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2204 and 2551, taking into consideration House Bill number 8202, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 242, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 2617 with Senators Villar C. and Villar M. as authors thereof, entitled, An Act Declaring Water Surrounding Panawan Island situated in the province of Southern Leyte as protected seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Panawan Island Protected Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 1690 and 2553, taking into consideration House Bill number 9396, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 243, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 2618 with Senators Villar C. and Villar M. as authors thereof, entitled, An Act Declaring a Parcel of Land Located in the Municipalities of President Manuel A. Rojas, Katipunan, and Sergio Osmeña in the Province of Zamboanga del Norte, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2188 and 2550, taking into consideration House Bill number 8395, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 244, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment and Finance on Senate Bill number 2619 with Senators Villar C. and Villar M. as authors thereof, entitled, An Act Declaring a Parcel of Land Located in the Municipality of Sultan Naga de Mapora in the Province of Lanao del Norte, a protected area with a category of protected landscape and seascape under the NIPAS, to be referred to as the Sultan Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2189 and 2552, taking into consideration House Bill number 8504, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report number 245, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography upon the recommendation of its Subcommittee on Amendments to RA number 11223 or Universal Healthcare Act, Migrant Workers and Finance, and Senate Bill number 2620 with Senators Ejercito Poe Marcos, De La Rosa Angara, Revilla Jr., Go, Tulfo, Villanueva, and Legarda as authors thereof, entitled, An Act Amending Republic Act number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 160, 335, 644, 723, 770, 983, and 1791, taking into consideration House Bill number 6772, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558 on Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. As the lead conferee on behalf of the Senate, I stand today to present the bicameral conference committee report resolving the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558, the versions of the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act, approved by the Senate and the House respectively on third and final reading. The Senate and the House panels have met and discussed to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. We have come up with a legislation that aims to institutionalize a single, transparent, and updated valuation system in the country. Mr. President, at the core of our legislative efforts lies a transformative vision for our LGUs, a comprehensive digitalization of real property tax administration. Sa madaling salita, magiging mas madali na para sa ating mga kababayan ang pagkalkula at pagbabayad ng amilyar, mas maginhawa, mas mabilis at hindi na dadaan pa sa komplikadong proseso. In this reconciled version, we are not just streamlining property valuation for greater efficiency and accuracy. We are also extending our compassion to those property owners who have fallen behind. This legislation introduces critical safeguard provisions, including a one-time tax amnesty. Pagagaanin nito ang pasanin ng mga kababayan natin bigong makapagbayad ng mga multa at interes ng kanilang amilyar. This proposed measure also included the capping of the increase in real property taxes, ensuring that no taxpayer will face an increase of more than 6% in the first year of the new schedule of market values. This cap can be sustained by our LGUs through the passage of subsequent ordinances, demonstrating our ongoing commitment to fiscal responsibility and support for our constituents. At this point, Mr. President, allow me to thank my colleagues and co-authors, Senate President Mig Zubiri, Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and Senator Bong Revilla for their contributions to championing this legislation. I also extend my sincerest gratitude to Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Bong Revilla, as well as our conferees from the House panel led by Representative Jonathan Keith Flores, for their critical roles as conferees during the bicameral conference where we meticulously resolve key issues. Likewise, allow me to extend my profound appreciation to the Bureau of Local Government Finance and the Senate Tax Study and Research Office. Your expertise and commitment have significantly shaped this legislation, ensuring its integrity and efficacy. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558 be read in toto into the records, and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join the motion of the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela in moving for the approval and ratification of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the bicameral conference committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Senator Gatchalian, dear colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended 1 minute.
Mr. President, I move that the transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 245, or Senate Bill number 2620. This is the bill on the Universal Healthcare Act. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2620 under Committee Report number 245.
There being no objection, motion is approved. And ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act amending Republic Act number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Chairperson of the Subcommittee on Amendments to Republic Act number 11223, or the Universal Healthcare Act, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. My dear colleagues, at the outset, I would like to thank Senator Bongo, the Chair of the Senate Committee on Health and Demography, for allowing us to steer this subcommittee. Senator Go is our go-to guy on health matters. He is also our Malasaki champion, and this bill reflects that principle. We are grateful for his trust and support in this endeavor. With that said, Mr. President, there are times when laws must adapt to changing circumstances. After all, lawmakers are not fortune tellers, and even the most future-proof bills are susceptible to force majeure. The Universal Healthcare Act is a perfect example. That law was passed before COVID-19 made its mark in Wuhan's wet markets. We wrote it before exhausted health workers manned the front lines and before backliners mourned the long lines at funeral parlors. 4 years have passed since our first lockdown. Masks have been removed and normalcy has been restored. Our schools, malls, tourist sites are once again abuzz with activity. And most importantly, COVID-19 is no longer a death sentence. The bell no longer tolls for those with cough and colds. The symptoms we once feared no longer require ambulance sirens. But the work of healing from the pandemic is a continuing task. We still have much to do in terms of building back better. We have yet to nurse the country back to full health. This bill is our contribution to this endeavor. We are thus proud to sponsor Senate Bill number 2620 under Committee Report number 245. It is a substitute measure for 7 bills authored by these representations and Senators Poe, Marcos, De La Rosa, Angara, Revilla, Go, Tulfo, Villanueva, and Legarda. For the record, that's 10 members of this chamber. This committee report also takes House Bill number 6772 into consideration. The major reforms under this measure are as follows. First, it will revise premium rates for direct contributors to the following: 4% for 2024, 4.25% for 2025, 4.5% for 2026, 4.75% for 2027, and lastly, 5% for 2028. In contrast, the Universal Healthcare Law would have imposed the full 5% premium as early as this year. This was the rate increase which President Marcos and President Duterte suspended earlier. We adjusted these rates in due consideration of changed circumstances. After all, galing tayo sa pandemya. Hindi makatarungang Ginoong Pangulo na tataasan ang rates kung kailan wala pang pera ang mga tao. We are still recovering at this point, and we have to adapt to the situation. In addition to proposing new rates, the bill also seeks the following reforms. First, it will enable PhilHealth to adjust the income floor and ceiling based on the funding requirement of health benefit packages. Second, it proposes bespoke provisions for overseas Filipino workers. This will take into consideration their unique circumstances. We are proposing that the premium contributions of OFWs will be based on the income floor. And likewise, it will be subsidized through the national budget, maybe about 30 to 50%. Further, the unpaid contributions of migrant workers in distress shall not be collected upon their arrival in the country, nor will failure to pay be a ground for the non-issuance of an overseas employment certificate. Lastly, it will enable the President to suspend the increase in premium contribution rates if there is a national emergency, a public health emergency, or a state of calamity. My dear colleagues, I emphasize that this bill is a course of correction. It is not a U-turn. We cannot turn back. The reforms under the Universal Healthcare Act have just begun to bear fruit. Allow me to highlight some of the achievements which were reported by the DOH during our hearing. First, the support value of PhilHealth is now at 66%. Ibig sabihin, sinasalo ng PhilHealth ang 6 sa bawat 10 piso ng gastos para sa kalusugan. Out-of-pocket payments have also declined by 7.1% from 48.6% in 2019 to 41.5% in 2021. It was around 56% before UHC was passed. Idadagdag ko pa rito, 346,124 beneficiaries have availed of the Consulta package through 437 accredited service providers. Second, 93% of the initial 58 UHC integration sites have achieved the preparatory level for local health systems integration. 68% of regional and local epidemiology and surveillance units are now functional. These were paid through the Health Facilities Enhancement Program. Around 144 billion has been sunk in the ground in terms of completed and ongoing projects. Lastly, we have made great strides in building our health workforce. Around 25,955 health workers have been deployed to 1,634 priority areas through the National Health Workforce Support System. And 6,102 primary care workers have been issued provisional certificates. My dear colleagues, these statistics are encouraging. Progress has been made towards providing universal health care. We have built more facilities and improved existing ones. We have also deployed more health workers and expanded the coverage of financing. But let me also state for the record that many challenges remain. Foremost among these is financing. A funding gap of 255 billion was reported during our hearing. This is separate from the current need to revise the original premium rates. But we are sure that the Senate will keep supporting the UHC law. On one hand, at least 8 members of this chamber, including myself, co-authored the original UHC bill in the 17th Congress. Surely we will keep the faith and keep fighting the good fight. On the other hand, those of us elected after its enactment have eagerly supported its implementation. Clearly, a clean bill of health for every Filipino is worth uniting for. With that said, my dear colleagues, Mr. President, the UHC Act remains our best hope to bring quality health care to every Filipino. Let us stay on the right path and let us smoothen the road bumps by swiftly passing this measure. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator JVR. Yes, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros, please. After which, Senator Bongo.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Sa gitna ng pagliit ng halaga ng bawat pisong kinikita ng ating kababayan, adjusting the contribution rate and schedule of payment is only logical and sends a clear message na hindi manhid ang Senado sa economic burdens ng ating mga kababayan. At sa pamamagitan ng amyendang ito, matutuldukan na rin ang hinaing ng ating mga migrant workers na magkaroon ng kahati sa pagbabayad ng premium contributions. Naniniwala tayo na sa panahong umalwan ang lagay ng ating ekonomiya at dama ang ginhawa sa bawat bahay at pamilya, posibleng ibalik natin sa dati ang ambag para sa PhilHealth upang patuloy nating maisusulong ang universal healthcare ng sama-sama. Mr. President, dear sponsor, I would like to be made co-author and co-sponsor of this bill. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Our Chairman of the Committee on Health, Senator Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, first I want to thank the sponsor, Senator J.B. Ercito, for leading the discussions on this bill, amending the Universal Healthcare Act, particularly discussion of the PhilHealth Premium, as the good senator is the principal sponsor of the UHC law during the 17th Congress. Mr. President, the 17th Congress passed the UHC law with the objective of ensuring that all Filipinos are guaranteed equitable access to quality and affordable health care. That is why today, all Filipinos are already considered members of PhilHealth. Lahat po tayo ay membro ng PhilHealth. To ensure sufficiency in funding and to keep the financial viability of PhilHealth, the UHC mandates a schedule of increase in premium contribution rates until 2025. Mr. Chair, alam naman po natin na hindi natin inaasahan ang nangyaring pandemya at krisis na pinagdaanan natin. I am certain that when the 17th Congress included in the law the premium rate increases, no one in this chamber knew what was about to hit us. Kaya po sa tingin ko, nararapat lang po na reviewin po natin ulit ang tinakdang pagtaas sa contribution ng PhilHealth para makatulong tayo sa pag-recover ng ating mga kababayan mula sa pandemya. Marami ang nawalan ng trabaho at marami ang nagsarang mga negosyo sa mga ordinaryong mamamayang araw-araw na nakikipagsapalaran. Ano ba naman mas mahalaga? Ano ba ang mas mahalaga sa kanila? Ang dagdag na kontribusyon o ang pangunahing pangangailangan ng kanilang pamilya? Bawat piso po ay napakahalaga po sa mga kababayan nating mga daily wage earners, yung mga mahirap. Most people, especially individually paying members, like our OFWs, cannot afford to pay the mandated premium at this time. Dahil sa hirap ng buhay nung panahon ng pandemya, isa po tayo sa nanawagan sa Executive Department to suspend the premium increases. Sumang-ayon naman po si dating Pangulong Duterte noong 2021, and in response to the President's call, PhilHealth suspended premium increases. Similarly, former President Duterte previously decided to make contributions voluntary for our migrant workers or OFWs. Kaya naman po tayo bilang mga representante ng mamamayang Pilipino, obligasyon po nating makinig sa kanilang hinaing, ang magmalasakit sa kanila at gawin ang lahat, maibsan ang bigat na kanilang dinadala sa araw-araw. In this time, every single peso counts. Mr. Chair, it is for these reasons that I endorse this bill amending the Universal Healthcare Act to introduce a new premium scale which effectively lowers premium or PhilHealth premium from 2024 to 2027. The bill also mandates that 50% of the premium contributions of migrant workers shall be shouldered by the national government, and that failure to pay PhilHealth contributions shall not be a ground for non-issuance of overseas employment certificate of a migrant worker. Karamihan po sa ating mga OFWs natin umaasa ng dagdag na tulong mula sa gobyerno, lalo na yung mga nawalan ng trabaho o naapektuhan ang kanilang kabuhayan sa ibang bansa dahil sa pandemya. Hindi naman po tama sa panahong walang-wala sila, doon pa natin sila sisingilin ng dagdag na contribution. Bawat piso ay mahalaga sa mga mahirap, lalong-lalo na po sa mga daily minimum wage earner. Lahat ng palugit na pwede nating maibigay habang tayo ay nagre-recover pa, ibigay po natin sa kanila. Balansehin po natin ito para hindi rin naman mailagay sa alanganin ang kabuang pondong pangkalusugan na makakatulong sa mas maraming Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator J.V. Ercito.
Senate.
Senator Bongo. My apologies. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, Majority Leader. Do we suspend consideration? Maybe we can ask Senator JV to suspend consideration of the measure to allow our colleagues to study the measure further.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 under committee report number 245. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, if I may, Senator Sevilla regarding De La Rosa would like to insert their sponsorship speech, co-sponsorship speech into the records.
Yes, we take note of that, and if the sponsor may allow, that I be made also a co-sponsor and co-author. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, of course.
Thank you
It
very
would be an honor.
Since it was me who pushed you to pass the universal health care when I was majority leader 2 Congresses ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204. This is the bill in the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, or AFASA. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Senate Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized, and to interpolate our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will resume our interpellation, and we will be brief this time, Mr. President. We'll just ask for the interpretation of the sponsor of certain sections in provisions in the bill, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to be very clear, this is an entry in the sponsorship speech of the sponsor. The current laws we have that deal with financial cybercrimes are essentially centered on criminal prosecution rather than crime prevention. So, is it the point of our sponsor, Mr. President, that this is a bill which focuses on crime prevention?
If you look at the bill, there's also it's requiring that there's anti-fraud systems in place. So I think that it also answers the call for crime prevention. That's an aspect of the law that we don't want to miss. So therefore, that's why I mentioned that in my speech, is that this law addresses the enforcement aspect. It also addresses the prevention aspect, because it addresses the identity fraud. So early on, it already identifies identity fraud, identity theft, misrepresentations as crimes. So it's also a way of prevention and maybe also mitigating any further acts that might be committed.
And then one of the obstacles identified in the speech, in the sponsorship speech, is the difficulty of tracing and identifying the perpetrators of these scams. So we are addressing this in this measure.
Yes, it's a very common occurrence that because due to the lack of powers of the investigating bodies, they're unable to identify quickly and react quickly to the perpetrators of these financial scams. So we feel that this bill grants them enough powers, just enough powers that they can more aggressively pursue the criminals.
Trace and identify.
Yes, trace and identify.
Okay. This is another sentence in the speech, Mr. President. Another difficulty in filing cybercrime cases is the tedious process of obtaining necessary data from banks and financial institutions. Have we addressed this in this bill?
Yes, because it gives the BSP the power to investigate, look into these counts. So it doesn't end up being they don't end up hitting a wall in these investigations. So it gives them that additional flexibility to look into these accounts that are suspected of being used to perpetrate these activities.
How about the tedious process? Did you
Yes,
address
I
the
mean,
tedious
if you do not
process?
have that, if you don't have the necessary information, if the information is not available to you, it's a very tedious and many times ineffective process. So I think something like this can give them will give them the ability to collect the information that they need in order to catch the criminals.
Another sentence in the speech is, once reported to the Philippine National Police, they need to first secure cyber warrants against the banks or financial institutions concerned to get access to records to unearth the scammer's identity. Have we addressed this concern also, Mr. President?
Yes, under this bill, the BSP will have the ability to file cyber warrants.
File
To
cyber issue?
warrants? Apply cyber warrants, meaning they can look into these accounts.
So there is still a need to secure cyber warrants, except that in addition to the PNP, the BSP can also do it. So tutulungan ng BSP si PNP?
Yes. It says here in Section 12, the BSP may request assistance of the NBI and PNP in the investigation of cases involving violations of this act and in the enforcement and implementation of cybercrime warrants and related orders. So these are the powers that the BSP shall have the authority to investigate cases involving violations of this act and to apply for cybercrime warrants and orders mentioned in Chapter 4 of Republic Act Number 10175.
This is in addition to the PNP, which can also apply for a cyber warrant?
Yes, yes.
Sila
That's
po.
correct.
And maybe also the NBI? Ganun ba yan?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
thank you.
correct.
Thank you. And then there's this paragraph in the speech, Mr. President, page 5, which reads as follows. Now, we have a FASA which is aimed at preserving the trust of the public in online or digital finance transactions and further boosting digital trade by providing not only the appropriate sanctions but also the authority and power to concerned government agencies to prevent fraud. So, just to be very clear, Mr. President, in the past interpellation, we have been very clear that we are granting an additional power to the BSP.
Yes.
So any other authority and power we are granting to other concerned government agencies?
Well, specifically BSP, but of course,
Yes,
yes.
After, beyond BSP?
No,
No more?
No.
Okay, so it's very clear that in the interpretation of this law, the new power is only granted to BSP as outlined in the previous interpellation already, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. President, we noticed that page 7, line 7, the penalty would be different if the target or the victim is a senior citizen age 60 years old or above at the time the offense was committed. May we just get, Mr. President, the rationale why we are... Mataas na, di ba? What do you mean lower? Why we are parang making a special mention of senior citizens as the target or victims? If they are providing higher,
a lot of based on the study, based on our observations, our studies, a lot of senior citizens and retirees are being targeted, and because of their situation, they're very vulnerable, and we were hoping that therefore the inclusion of this line was made in order to hopefully protect them further from these crimes by specifically mentioning them in the bill.
But aren't we providing for a lower penalty, Mr. President? Not in terms of the fine. The fine is bigger, but the penalty of
Yes,
imprisonment,
actually,
I think,
no,
is
you're correct, Mr. President. There was it was a clerical error actually, and then this is something that we will be correcting. We will improve the language.
the
of the bill.
intention is what would be the intention we
Make it
will
higher.
capture now? It is
12 to 14 years.
the intention is to make the penalty
higher.
heavier.
Yes, heavier. So
heavier,
yeah, there was thank you for that observation, Mr. President. The intention was to make it higher. So this was something we will correct in the period of amendments.
But one concern, Mr. President, since we are now on the issue of penalties, we find some of the penalties too harsh, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we're very open to any suggestions with regards to the level of the penalties. If you find it too harsh, we can.
Yes.
We're open to any amendments.
because I think there's a principle in law that the penalty must also be commensurate to the gravity of the act or the offense. For example, if the proceeds of the crime deposited is 1,000 pesos, 1,000 pesos or 1 million pesos, the penalty is 6 years and 1 day to 8 years. So, yun lang po yun. But we welcome the manifestation of the sponsor that is open to a review of the penalties. Yeah, if we can make it siguro graduated, siguro.
Yes, we're open to
Yes, thank
to
you.
your
Thank you for
suggestions.
that,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Pakita mo sa akin yung provisions nito. There is a section, dito na sa susunod, 4 and 5. There's a section that responsible institutions that complied with the adequate risk management guidelines of the BSP shall be protected from liability. Mr. President, what section is this? Ano yung point natin?
Section 6.
Yes, this one, Mr. President. This one, in connection with that, what I just read, no, is Section 6, first paragraph, the proviso, provided that such risk management systems and controls are proportionate and commensurate to the nature, size, and complexity of their operations and of the transactions involved. Our concern is that this might lead to different treatments of these responsible institutions, Mr. President. But you know, they're dealing with the same thing. They're dealing with the same public, Mr. President.
Yes, I think. I think that this was. It's very hard to be too specific when it comes to these measures. There are different institutions that are of different scale, different size. So it's hard to pigeonhole. But what exactly? That's why we wanted to leave this to the BSP to decide on what specific system should be in place, because that's something that they have a high level of expertise in. So we want to leave them that flexibility, so that they come up with the proper proper rules that they feel are the most effective for enforcing.
But
the
this
law.
proviso that I just read, this is addressed to the BSP. Tama po ba yan? When the BSP now comes up with the guidelines, ganun po ba yan?
Yes, yes.
So
We just
the-
want to make sure that provided the risk management systems and controls are proportionate and commensurate to the nature,
Ano yung sabi niyo, ano yung standard?
size, and complexity of their operations.
But does this sponsor
I mean,
agree?
it gives us,
Yes.
it gives at least a minimum level. I mean, regardless of what they decide, there has to be some minimum level that it has to satisfy the scale, even if the BSP, they should be, at least it's in the law, that whatever fraud management systems they implement should at the very least be responsive. I mean, that's basically our way of saying there should be a minimum level of responsiveness in the law. At least though they have flexibility, we set at least that minimum standard should be upheld.
Yes, but is it correct to say that the minimum standard of care for banks, and let us say generally for institutions under the jurisdiction and supervision of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, would be extraordinary diligence because they're handling the money of the public, Mr. President?
Yes.
So, is the sponsor amenable to introducing that concept into the, whenever we talk about the risk management systems and controls, as well as the guidelines
yes,
issued
yes.
by the Bangko Sentral?
Yes.
That's same.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So same standard as as is already observed and recognized with banks. Ano next?
Yeah, I saw it.
Bakit? Yes. Mr. President, we have the issue of good faith, which is found on page 6, line 15. No? And this is how the paragraph reads. No administrative, criminal, or civil proceeding shall be imposed against any responsible institution for holding the disputed funds mentioned above when such is done in good faith, in accordance with the BSP rules and regulations, and whether or not the transaction involving the disputed funds resulted in any criminal prosecution under this act, its IRR, or any other law. So, what is this concept of good faith, Mr. President? And how can the responsible institution prove it? And at the same time, what proves the opposite? What would be bad faith, Mr. President?
Yes, actually, upon discussion also with our group, we will also be proposing the deletion of good faith in our amendment and leaving it as in accordance with the BSP rules and regulations.
And what is this?
In accordance, so
yes,
I mean it's clear.
We'll change it.
So that it's not as broad. So we're going to change. We're planning to change the wording into in accordance with BSP rules and regulations.
Because if this measure is a malum prohibitum measure, Mr. President, it is a general principle in law that in malum prohibitum cases, good faith or motive is not a defense because the law punishes the
That's why we
prohibited
propose
act.
to change it.
Thank you. Thank you for the openness of the sponsor to amend the measure, Mr. President. So yun na lang po, Mr. President. Our worry actually is the severity of the penal. Yes, where's the topic? The severity of the penalties kasi we're introducing some new concepts here, Mr. President. Baka we are penalizing out of proportion. One last point, Mr. President, Section 4A. 4A ba yan? Section 4A, which is about the money mule. Page 3, line 14. So this is how the money mule paragraph reads. Let me read the introductory paragraph. Section 4, prohibited acts. The following acts shall constitute an offense punishable under this act. A, money mule. Any person who obtains, receives, acquires, keeps, or transfers, or withdraws money, funds, or proceeds, known or ought to be known through ordinary diligence that the funds or proceeds are derived from crimes, offenses, or social engineering schemes, or those who perform any of the following acts shall be considered as a money mule, etc. Our concern is the phrase ought to be known through ordinary diligence, Mr. President. How is this phrase to be construed, Mr. President?
The words should know, ought to be known, denote the fact that a person of reasonable prudence and intelligence would ascertain the fact in performance of his duty to another, or would govern his conduct upon assumption that such fact exists. With this provision, this representation aims to provide protection also to those who allow the use of their financial account innocently.
Innocently?
The use of their financial account innocently by their family. For example,
Innocently ba? Pinagalit. Delikado. May mga crimes na panood. Tignan.
we're saying like kung halimbawa pinagamit mo yung account mo sa yung account mo sa family member mo
Yes.
at hindi mo alam na gagamitin niya para sa financial scamming,
Yes.
hindi ka liable dapat under the
Yes.
law. Something,
Okay.
may
yun.
defense pa rin.
Okay, yun, but the money mule is someone who obtains money which he does not even know, but he ought to know. So is coming from how is that to be construed, Mr. President? Why is that money mule, or why is that person, what circumstances pala or scenarios can we say that he ought to have known that makes him a money mule now? Meron bang law nga na ought to know? Baka meron din ought to know. Check yan. Ought to know. You ought to know.
For instance, binagamit mo yung account mo sa tao na known to be a financial scammer,
Okay.
may liability. May liability ka. So it's so that's why it's ought to be known. That's the way that phrase was placed there, so that we can there should be, in case that example is a specific case where obviously if you give your account to someone who you know is engaged in financial crimes, you cannot escape liability for that.
So the
You should
liability,
not be able to escape liability for that.
the liability there is because you yourself are a money mule, not because you are in conspiracy with the scammer.
Yes.
Ganon po ba yun?
Yes, because this is a defense that I think might be used in the future in future cases wherein they say, "Oh no, I just let him. I don't. I have no direct knowledge." But when in fact you let your account be used by someone who you know,
Yes.
if you can prove, if you know that person is, and
So are we, ganon, is this measure also discouraging people from allowing their financial accounts to be used by somebody else?
yes, and
Ganon
that
ba?
happens. Like
Are we discouraging that practice?
Yes, that is what we're.
Even if you're lending it to a non-known scammer?
In general, it's not. We discourage that practice.
Yeah, we
in
should.
General,
yeah.
in general, yes.
Is it penalized in the bill?
Well, we try to make. That's why we try to make the distinction, or ought to know, wherein if there's, if obviously you give it to someone who, it can be. I suppose. I mean, I don't want to be. I don't want to be too specific, but I suppose if you lend it to someone and you have, I suppose if they prove that you have knowledge of that person's actions, even though you didn't directly conspire with them, you should still be held liable for that.
Yeah, you become a money mule
Yes,
under the
yes.
definition. Pero in real life po ba, bakit ba pinapahiram ng isang tao yung financial
Well,
account?
you can give
niya?
someone compensation for using their account. Let's say for instance, if someone wants to engage in a crime, they can pay someone to use their account. For instance, they can pay someone to use their account, and that person can, technically he didn't know, but there should be
Okay,
some.
but that's part of a criminal plan. But
Yes.
the
Technically the person didn't know that
Yes.
it was a crime, but then somehow, if you know that this person
Yes.
is.
But there was a need from the criminal. A
Yes.
need from the criminal to use another person's account.
Yes.
Pero in real life, are there the non-criminal lending of financial accounts? And why do this happen?
I suppose if you have relatives or someone, you share.
Pinagamit.
Yeah, pinagamit. I mean, I suppose it happens. I don't know. I don't have statistics on how often that happens, but I suppose there is some lending of accounts being done.
I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute.
So I think the sponsor has already answered my my previous question, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes.
Okay, so I think, Mr. President, we have already discussed as comprehensively as humanly possible, Mr. President, our bill. So siguro just a word of caution, this is really a modern measure, Mr. President, introduces new concepts which have been made possible through technological advancements. So just a word of caution that we should be careful in defining the prohibited acts or the crimes, and then just a special request that we make the penalties reasonable, commensurate to the gravity and nature of the offensive act, Mr. President. So with that, thank you to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr.
and
President.
Thank you for the good job, for the good work of shepherding this, as I characterized earlier, this modern measure, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Because of the body, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2560. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said measure is hereby suspended.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2457 under Committee Report number 160. This is the bill defining the application of the mother tongue as medium of instruction. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to continue with this interpellation, our minority leader, Senator Aquino Coco Pimentel III. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized and to interpolate our distinguished, hard-working Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, it's my
Second time.
staff which keeps me going, Mr. President. So. My staff are preparing very well, Mr. President, especially when it involves Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, ano to? Resumption to, no?
Resumption.
It is a resumption of
Resumption,
my interpretation.
yes,
So,
correct.
So, Mr. President, siguro, let's just go over the general concepts involved. So, what are we really intending to achieve with the measure, Mr. President, as far as the mother tongue program of the DepEd is concerned?
Well, Mr. President, we intend to stay faithful to the theory of the use of mother tongue as medium of instruction. And based on the research that we have undertaken, this is about 39 different research materials. Every research material pointed to mother tongue to be used in monolingual classes. And in fact, UNESCO pointed that if the setting is multilingual, then there is a case to be made to abandon mother tongue because for practical reasons, it's complicated. Materials is it's very complicated to print different mother tongues in for different materials. So we're staying true to the recommendation and to the research that mother tongue should only be applied in monolingual classes.
What is the theory, Mr. President, about mother tongue? That
it is only applicable in monolingual classes.
Yes, we apply it because why?
Because learners will learn best in the language that they know best and the language that they know during their early parts of their years.
That's the mother tongue is practically the first language.
The first language.
Now known by the person or the child.
Correct.
Mr.
It's
President.
also called technically the
So-
L1.
L1?
L1.
So the theory is you educate or you transmit knowledge to the learner using L1.
L1,
Okay,
correct.
that is the best way. Okay.
And then when you teach using the L1, the mother tongue, the child will learn better, will learn faster, and will comprehend the subject matter.
So, what will make a class multilingual instead of monolingual?
Well, there's no strict definition, Mr. President, but in the literature that we have read, if the class will have more than one language, and it's located typically in urban areas, then it's considered multilingual, a multilingual class.
Who makes the decision, Mr. President, that this class is no longer monolingual, it is actually multilingual?
The decision is normally made by, number one, policy, and then number two, the teachers and the principals on the ground, Mr. President, because the teachers and the principals will know the situation in their classrooms, Mr. President. And based on our focus groups, we conducted 4 focus groups in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and NCR, that teachers encounter different languages in the classroom because of mobility, because of migration, and looking for opportunities in different parts of our country.
The monolingual program of the DepEd as applied nationwide has been a success or a failure?
Sorry, Mr. President?
The mother tongue program of the DepEd, which is being applied nationwide because of a department order and I think a law
Yes, Mr. President.
from kinder to grade 3, if I'm not mistaken. Has it been a success or a failure?
If we go by the PIDS study, which is the only study that was conducted after the mother tongue has been implemented, it's considered a failure
Correct.
because only less than 10%, 9% of our schools have fulfilled the minimum requirements in order to implement mother tongue successfully, Mr. President.
And what are these minimum requirements?
The four minima, Mr. President, I'll flash it on the screen, slide 17. Working orthography, vocabulary in the form of a glossary or dictionary, grammar book and spelling guide for teachers, and literature or reading materials. These are the four basic requirements in order to implement mother tongue, Mr. President.
So we never achieved the 4 minima requirements on a nationwide scale.
Correct.
So it has been a failure, and yet our bill wants to save it, the idea, by doing what, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, we are limiting the application of mother tongue to monolingual classes as prescribed by the research material and also by experts, Mr. President. In fact, in the research that we have gone through, mother tongue is normally used in indigenous places, places where a lot of indigenous peoples are located, in remote and tribal areas. And a lot of the examples, actually, in the materials that I've read, mother tongue is being used in secluded and in areas where there is a high population of indigenous peoples, Mr. President.
So what does our bill provide, Mr. President? Did we identify already the monolingual areas? Did we identify already the monolingual schools? Did we identify already the monolingual classes? Or did we just provide for some criteria on how to identify them?
Well, Mr. President, the first step is to come up with a language mapping framework and policy. And this has not been implemented by the Department of Education. In fact, even the Commission para sa Wikang Filipino, Commission para sa Wikang Filipino has not implemented a language mapping, Mr. President. So the first step is to implement a language mapping. And then second, through that language mapping, our schools will now know what languages are dominant in their areas, and they can decide whether that area is multilingual or monolingual.
How much have we spent for the monolingual mother tongue program of the DepEd, Mr. President, over the years? Billions.
I don't have the exact
Billions.
materials. Yep, most likely billions, Mr. President, because you have to print materials in 19 different languages. You have to print textbooks in 19 different languages. You have to print teacher guides in 19 different languages.
And we are using the word spent, no, past tense.
Past tense.
And yet there is no language mapping.
Yes, Mr. President, unfortunately.
So,
In fact, there is no impact study after 2012, Mr. President. So we were also surprised.
I am disheartened with the answer, Mr. President, kasi, just correct me if I'm wrong, this is a 12-year-old program, law, 12-year-old law, department order and program, I think.
Almost, yes, Mr.
And we have
President.
spent billions, spent a past tense, billions of pesos, and yet the basic step which the bill intends to do in order to save the program at a smaller scale has yet to be done. And we are expecting the same people, the same department to be implementing this smaller scale mother tongue who have been implementing the bigger scale mother tongue program.
Well, Mr. President, the objective of the bill is to stay true, stay faithful to the theory and the recommendation of experts, which is to implement it in monolingual classes. No? And by making that, by embarking on that direction, I strongly feel that DepEd can now identify the classes and implement this much more targeted, in a much more targeted manner, Mr. President, rather than a nationwide application, because it's really very difficult. I mentioned before that there are, in the PSA, in the census, they have identified 245 different languages, Mr. President. Imagine printing 240 plus different textbooks, 240 plus different teaching guides and materials. It's very complicated, Mr. President. And then when you enter the classroom, there are also complications from the learner's point of view and the teacher's point of view, because some of our teachers don't even speak the mother tongue of that area, or don't even speak the lingua franca of that area, because they also came from a different area. So, Mr. President, it's very complicated, and it's also having an effect into the comprehension of our learners, Mr. President.
So why are we confident, Mr. President, that we can save the program and then successfully implement it under the bill, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, based on the implementer of the, we have a, what we call the IPED program, the Indigenous People Education. Anong pangalan? IPED program. Lori what? Based on the DepEd focal person for the Indigenous People's Education, Ms. Lori Victor, that there are 700 schools identified as IPED schools. And these IPED schools already implement or use the mother tongue as a medium of instruction, because it's dominantly, the students are predominantly Indigenous people's learners, Mr. President. So in that 700 schools, it's easier to implement, because it's targeted, and it's already well known that it's a IPED schools, and the dominant language there is their Indigenous people's language, as opposed to implement it to 40,000 elementary schools nationwide.
So is that the intention of our bill, to limit it to more or less those 700?
More or less, Mr. President, to limit it to those.
Do we have wording already in the bill which will really limit the application of the bill to the 700?
Not particularly to the 700, Mr. President, but to monolingual classes. And
that's a problem, Mr. President, because they might, expand again the program, and then all of a sudden we find out that it's on a nationwide implementation. We're back to where we started, that it's spending billions without feeling the effect of the program, Mr. President. So dapat the intention to limit it to a smaller scale should be very clear in the measure, Mr. President, and walang dapat administrative misinterpretation to widen the program, Mr. President.
Yes,
Possibility.
I get the point of the good minority leader on that particular aspect, Mr. President.
So did we define properly what monolingual class is, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, we did not. Hold on. Sorry, Mr. President, I was just reading the bill. We did, Mr. President, on page 2, line 7, and let me just read it. For purposes of this act, a monolingual class shall refer to a group of learners who speak the same mother tongue and are enrolled in the same grade level in a given school year, Mr. President.
Isn't this the current law, Mr. President? Well, parang walang pagbabago. Ito na po yung meaning talaga ng monolingual class.
No, Mr. President, this is not in the K-12 law. So we're introducing this category in this bill, Mr. President.
What is the wording in the K to 12 law, Mr. President?
They didn't define monolingual and multilingual classes, Mr. President. They just strictly mandated the DepEd to apply mother tongue to kindergarten to grade 3.
Yes, Mr. President. The same thing. A monolingual class shall refer to a group of learners who speak the same mother tongue.
So we're back to mother tongue, Mr. President. And then ang gamit sa K-12 law, regional or native language of the learners, and then in the following sentence, ando na yung the DepEd shall formulate a mother language transition program. So we're back to the concept of a mother tongue, Mr. President.
That's why, Mr. President, we're amending the application of mother tongue in the K-12 law, Mr. President. Because even in the use of the regional language is L2, Mr. President. So the definition, the strict definition of mother tongue is to use your L1 or the first language of the child. But even in that law, they allowed using lingua franca, which is L2 of the child. And that was clearly articulated by the regional director of the Cordillera area, wherein they are forced to use Ilocano, which is the lingua franca in that area. But that's not their L1. There are about 20 plus different mother tongues in the Cordillera areas. And but they're forced to use Ilocano, which is not their mother tongue.
The current law says for kindergarten, the first 3 years of elementary education, instruction, teaching materials, and assessment shall be in the regional or native language of the learners. What is native language? Isn't that L1? If regional language is L2, the other option is native language. Isn't that L1?
Yes, Mr. President. Supposedly that is L1. Mr.
Yes. So
President.
you mean to say even though DepEd read this law, they chose L2 over L1?
Yes, Mr. President. That was actually the revelation during the hearing, Mr. President. And we invited the regional director of Cordillera, DepEd Regional Director R.D. Carino, to elaborate to us what is happening on the ground. And apparently, we also found out that even Ilocano has different, the Ilocano being spoken in, let's say, Region 1 is different in Region 2, also in the Cordillera areas, Mr. President. So that also led to some complication in terms of using mother tongue as medium of instruction during Key Stage 1.
So we're using Cordillera as the example. So let's continue to use the Cordillera region as the example to apply our bill, Mr. President. So there will be monolingual classes in the Cordillera, and the L1 used in the monolingual classes would be as many as
22, Mr.
22.
President.
So does that mean that all the learners in a class which is monolingual must really be speakers, users of that L1, same L1, and then they have been assessed to really be users of that L1?
Well, Mr. President, because they have 22 different languages there, I'll just flash on the screen, Mr. President. Just in Kalinga, there are 22 different languages. Of course, we all know that that area is quite diverse in terms of indigenous tribes, and these are the L1s. But since some of them don't have orthographies, some of them don't have dictionaries, some of them, even the teachers don't speak those native languages. They use Ilocano as the mother tongue for that area. But the regional director told us that's not their mother tongue. Ilocano is not their mother tongue. These are their mother tongues. But they are forced to use Ilocano as their mother tongue. And the materials that are given to them are also in Ilocano. In a perfect setting, Mr. President, the materials should be in these 22 different languages, Mr. President.
So, okay, Mr. President. So yung ginagawa ba ngayon sa Under the Mother Tongue na i-reproduce lahat ng materials in English for K to grade 3 in mother tongues na ang plano is 200 plus mother tongues. Will that still be the same plan in the bill? Now that we have formed the monolingual classes, we will also reproduce all K to grade 3 materials in the mother tongue of as many monolingual classes as we have formed.
Well, Mr. President, the Department of Education and through their DOs also allow local printing. So they can print their own materials. They can come up with their own teaching guides. They can also come up with their own orthography with the help of the commission, KFW. So they can do it locally, Mr. President. So it does not have to come from nationally because all of these are very small languages located in a very specific area, Mr. President.
So funding will be decentralized, Mr. President?
So, some funding will be decentralized. In fact, to date, the regional offices can do their own printing. They can do their own coming up of materials, Mr. President. But of course, if they need additional support, then the central office can help them.
Ang problem, Mr. President, kasi yung na-attendan kong committee hearing, for example, Ilocano language books in order ng central, ng national, in order. Nandun na sa national warehouse, not even delivered to Cordillera. Natulog na doon. Ang problem is, even if delivered sa Cordillera, useless to the learners because di nila rin naintindihan.
Totoo yan.
Kaya nga, I mean, and we are expecting the same department to execute our new mother tongue program, Mr. President. Kita naman natin, Mr. President. I mean, meron ng hindi common sense doon.
I see your point, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President. Kung paulit-ulit lang din, ano ba sabi ni Einstein? Hindi ko nalimutan ko na, pero
You
may
do the
sinabi siya
same
about
thing
that,
over and
Mr.
over again.
President. I mean, disappointing. It's really disappointing na sabihin mo na. And then I have a feeling if you save that program, sabihin mo na yes, 700 schools na lang, then papalakihin pa rin po yan ulit so that we will be back to where we started.
But Mr. President, you're absolutely correct. The hearing that you attended, in fact, the story there is they were given Ilocano books, but some of the schools refused to use it because that's not their mother tongue in that area. And you're correct, no? The story goes that some of the books stayed in the warehouse, some of the books were not distributed, some of the books who were distributed were not used by the specific school. So in order to avoid that, the regional offices and also the district offices can print their own materials there, no? Depending on if they have monolingual classes in that particular area.
And and Mr. President, kahit na yung example na ginamit natin, yung Ilocano books, pinadala mo sa Cordillera for the mother tongue. These are kindergarten to grade 3 learners. Ang hinari yata nila na magsulat ng Ilocano, mga PhD. Ano bang Ilocano ginamit nun? Na siguro kahit yung adult Ilocano mahirapan na maintindihan ang academic classroom academic version, theoretical version of the Ilocano.
Correct.
And they're expecting kahit mother tongue sila nung class na tatanggap. These are ano age mo ng K? 5 years old.
Yeah,
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
5 to 8 year old will read materials written by PhD. Or supposed to be PhD, Mr. President. So, kita-kita na natin in the implementation of the program. Ang labo eh.
Yes, Mr. President. And it's really, you're correct, no? That actually came out in one of our hearings that The writers are all here in Metro Manila. Some of them are not native speakers of that particular lingua franca or that particular mother tongue. Some of them are academics or academicians. And we also heard that story, and some of the books that they wrote became very difficult for teachers to implement. What's important are the teachers, because they're the frontliners. They're the ones implementing and using mother tongue as medium of instruction.
If we do not save the mother tongue program, what would be the alternative, Mr. President?
Mr. President, admittedly, there are some areas that are monolingual, as identified by DepEd. These are 700 schools located in different parts of the country. And if we totally abandon mother tongue, some of the two things will happen. Those areas will be forced to use the bilingual medium of instruction, which is Filipino and English. And they might have to learn another language, in the form of Filipino and English, because their mother tongue is not Filipino and English. So it will affect their comprehension. It will also affect their studies, particularly for Key Stage 1, Mr. President.
But they will need to learn Filipino and or English anyway.
Later on,
At
Mr.
grade
President.
4, di ba?
Yes, grade
Okay,
4.
so when they do that, will it also not affect their learning process? If that is the theory, Mr. President, because that's not their L1?
Yeah. Well, Mr.
And
President.
masakit doon, at a later age na natin na-encounter yung problema.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, in the introduction of English and Filipino, it's not simultaneous. No, so Filipino is introduced in third quarter, grade 1, second quarter, and then English is introduced grade 1, third quarter. So it's introduced in phases, Mr. President, until the child will learn those languages, Mr. President. So the theory here is if the child learns in their first language, comprehension is much better. They will have the foundations to learn the other languages, Mr. President. So that is the theory behind mother tongue.
So in this new mother tongue program in our bill, are we sticking with the 4 minima requirements?
Well,
Or have we discovered an additional requirement, which is another minima requirement?
Well, Mr. President, we didn't specify the 4 minima in the bill, Mr. President, because that's quite dynamic. But that's the minimum requirements that DepEd laid forth in order to implement the mother tongue. Mr.
And what is orthography, Mr. President?
System of, what's the formal? I'll just get the strict definition, Mr. President. An orthography is a system for writing a particular language, Mr. President. Developing an orthography involves selecting and testing the symbols and spelling rules to represent the important sounds of language. The goal in orthography development is the mother tongue speakers of the language will approve the orthography and use it consistently, Mr. President.
So orthography is the way of writing a language. So hindi lang yung we have L1s in the Philippines which cannot be written using A to Z, the letters A to Z.
Well, Mr. President, I had an interaction with an IP teacher, and this is quite revealing, and I couldn't forget this. He was, this is in Davao, when we went to Davao. And the school is Marahan West. And it's composed of, in one school, they have 9 different languages there. Some IP, some Bisaya, some Ilonggo. And he is from the Matig Salug tribe in Mindanao. And he said that he's also from Bukidnon, also. Yeah, he's also from Bukidnon, as a good Senate President mentioned. And he said that some of their languages can be spoken colloquially. They can converse. But in terms of reducing it to orthography, reducing it to dictionaries. It's very complicated. And some of these speakers are not academically knowledgeable to do that, Mr. President. So he said it's not as easy as just putting it into paper, Mr. President.
Now, meaning to say, Mr. President, that there might be some L1s which cannot qualify as a mother tongue, as a medium of instruction. Pinag-usapan natin dito is medium of instruction.
Instruction, Mr. President.
So in that particular case, will we still insist that L1, the medium of instruction, is that unwritable language, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, if that is for example, that particular language is the language spoken by that monolingual class, no? It has to be monolingual. Then they have to come up with those 4 minimum requirements, Mr. President.
So even if we pass this bill, since that has no orthography, what will happen to that class? It's a monolingual class, but you cannot implement the mother tongue.
But they have to come up with the orthography.
We will
Mr.
wait
President.
for how many years? When the children are already, they will suspend going to school, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, they have to continue to go to school, and
In what language will they be instructed?
well, it has to be mother tongue, Mr. President.
But it
because
does
it's
not
monolingual.
qualify under the mother tongue program because there are 4 minima requirements.
Mr. President, then government should really work hard to get them 4 minima requirements because that's a prerequisite for mother tongue, Mr. President.
Precisely.
But-
So therefore, the L1 does not qualify under the mother tongue. They should now be instructed using the recognized languages in the Constitution, Mr. President.
Yeah, well, Mr. President, that's why the important determinant is monolingual. It has the classes should be monolingual, meaning they all speak the same language, Mr. President, and that's the important determinant in that particular example.
Yeah, but our sponsor, Mr. President, has opened our eyes into the different languages and their situations, their characteristics, Mr. President. There could be a native language which does not have yet an orthography.
Meron, Mr. President.
Akala ko wala itong language na isa, itong language na ito.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, in a perfect setting, if there's a monolingual class in a particular area, in a perfect setting, the school should have the 4 minimum requirements in order to teach the mother tongue, Mr. President.
No,
So-
Mr. President, the orthography cannot be forced by a school, Mr. President. It is the characteristic of a language, Mr. President. So if a language does not have an orthography, it is not ready to be used as in the mother tongue program, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President.
Precisely,
Yeah,
Mr. President.
I agree with you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in the hearing, it was disclosed to us by KFW, Commission sa Wikang Filipino, that out of the 245 different languages, only 22 have official working orthographies, Mr. President. Only 22, Mr. President.
Only 22 are.
Only 22 languages have working orthographies.
So that's the point.
Official orthographies, Mr.
Yes, we cannot afford to wait because it's the education of our young children which is at stake, Mr. President. So, well,
Yes, Mr. President, I agree. And I do agree that the mother tongue should only be used as medium of instruction if they have the 4 minimum requirements.
precisely, Mr. President. And let's not force it, Mr. President, if it's not ready because time continues to move on. Senator Roteveros wants to interject, Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, Senator Antiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, and to the good gentleman on the floor. I just would like to encourage the good sponsor to still try to squeeze out what's possible dun sa sinabi nila kanina na DepEd would have to or the government through DepEd, of course, would have to work hard to generate the four minima, even for those mother tongues in monolingual classes that don't have that official working orthography, because it may have a working orthography of sorts, but not official, because it cannot be rendered, for example, in English or in Filipino through that symbolism. I don't have with all due respect sa minority leader ko, I don't have a specific proposal to make at this point in time. Just two thoughts that maybe the good sponsor might want to exhaust. One is, are any of these mother tongues without official orthography renderable, for example, in Alibata? And secondly, naalala ko po
In Japan, where they use Nihongo also to teach their youth, their children and their students. Nihongo is also not traditionally rendered in English. Sometimes it's very awkward kapag nire-render sa ganon phonetically. But they have their kanji, they have their two writing systems. I'm not sure if those are orthography, but katakana and hiragana. So maybe just to exhaust that possibility, to still generate the four minima for mother tongues in monolingual classroom areas, because hindi lang siya practical for formally schooling the children, pero paraan din nila to sustain their cultures. Even for example sa mga Tiboli, sa Lake Cebu, sa South Cotabato, yung dreaming nila, I doubt may orthography yon, but they translate it into their weave. So, of course, this is not the formal education sector, pero yun lamang. At maraming salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor, and my minority leader. Just maybe some clues, not exactly grasping at straws, but slightly grasping at straws. Dahil nga, I'm sure, mas mahalaga yung mother language dun sa mga indigenous peoples na iyon kaysa sa atin, who are, of course, concerned about public education nationally. But it may be that kahit sa kinder to grade 3, essential yon for enabling the children to pursue those very first steps of formal education.
Yeah.
So maraming salamat, Mr.
I think,
President.
Mr. President, we have a whole a sole commission, the KFW, who's dedicated to KWF, who's dedicated to languages. And they should be tasked, empowered, and funded in order to come up with those working orthographies. No? Particularly, maybe prioritizing monolingual areas, because that's the medium of instructions there. No? So that's why I was also surprised when I asked the same question to KWF if they have working orthographies for the other languages, and apparently they disclosed that there are only 22. But it's not impossible. No? We can generate working orthographies for different languages. It will just take time and also funding. And that's also disclosed by the KWF during the hearing, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, we commend the sponsor for coming up with this bill to try to save the program, the mother tongue program. And we will join him in the effort.
Yeah.
But we hope that during the interpellation, we can uncover the mistakes or the unreasonable requirements or the misapplication of the law, Mr. President, so that we can tighten the language of the bill to make sure that we do not repeat what has been done in the past.
Yes, I see the point of the good
That's
minority.
the idea, Mr. President.
I see the
So
point of
it's a good start that, we are now admitting that nationally or nationwide, we will really have difficulty because parang yung DepEd times 245 natin yung materials niya. Oh. So we will do it in a smaller scale. Pero so that addresses the scale, but I think there are still other details that we need to pay attention to, Mr. President.
It's not only,
So-
Mr. President, my intention to save, but it's the theory and the research behind mother tongue, Mr. President. And in all of the materials that we have read, all 45 of them, pinpointed that mother tongue should only be used in monolingual areas. First, because of its theoretical benefits, and as well as for the practical side. Because obviously, if you have only one mother tongue in a particular area, it's easier to print books, it's easier to print materials, and it's easier to use it as the medium of instruction, Mr. President.
Yes, we get the theory, Mr. President. So let us just capture this in tight words.
Yes,
And
Mr.
tight words, ibig sabihin, ayoko yung words na susceptible to, anong tawag mo dun? Interpretation beyond the real intention.
Yes, Mr. President.
But unfortunately, Mr. President, I don't think we can, sorry to the sponsor, I don't think we can close the period of interpellation tonight. Because I will pursue still the matter of the equal protection of the laws, Mr. President, kasi pag-aralan na lang po ng sponsor ng kanyang staff if we'll have two different systems, same age group of learners, some instructed in English or Tagalog, some in the mother tongue. And then, if the theory is correct, then we are putting at a disadvantage those learning in English and Filipino. Tama po ba? If the theory is correct. I mean, that the learners learn best in their mother tongue. But at any rate, Mr. President, that will be another matter we will pursue during in the next phase of our interpellation. We are sorry, Mr. President, medyo gabi na kasi, so I don't think we can finish this tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the good minority leader.
Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2457. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that the co-sponsorship speeches of Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. and Senator Lauren Legarda on Senate Bill number 2598 or the State Universities and Colleges Mental Health Services Act be inserted to the records. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that the co-sponsorship speeches of Senator Legarda, Revilla, Mark Villar on Senate Bill number 2568 on the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program Act be inserted in the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that the co-sponsorship speech of Senator Legarda on Senate Bill number 2596 on Abogada para sa Bayan Act be inserted in the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Last item on the agenda, Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 63rd session, Wednesday, March 13, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, March 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday,
2024.